A boo. How's it going, folks? It's been a little bit, hasn't it? It's been like one whole week. A little more than one. A little more than 1 week since I was actually on, admittedly. But, you know, roughly a week's worth of streams is, I suppose, the point. And it's been a fairly productive week. It could have been more productive, but I think that's true of a lot of the time, that, and you know, maybe this is true for you, maybe it's not. I know it is for me. I have these moments when I'm like, I'm gonna do all the things. I'm gonna take a day and we're just gonna do like all this shit in this one day. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna focus. And I'll get done like half of it. And then I'll get distracted by something. I'm never quite as productive as I am in my imagination. But you know, even getting done half of it, even getting done that half, has been pretty nice. I pulled everything out of my closet. That's sort of behind, you can kind of see it back there. It's behind my head. Pulled everything out of, well, not everything, but a lot of things out of there that have just old stuff. Basing materials I had from before I was 3D printing, and I'm looking at it like, I would just 3D print all this shit now. Like, what am I doing? Some of this stuff is thrown away, some gets put into other hobby drawers, some went to the wife, stuff like that. I should go ahead and say thank you, by the way, to White Wolf for hitting that 23 months of subscribing, into Square, my man, hitting 15. Square, by the way, your trench foot was, I'm sorry that it took so long to get that out to you. I delayed it there at the end to get a pair of these snazzy dice in it, though. But it is in the mail now. You should be expecting that in the next 2 days. That's the plan. But thank you so much for your subscriptions. Also, Hamburg Tack hitting that 18 months, taking us to the threshold, what you call death. And also, I should thank Sumitha. Sumitha just hit 23 months. He resubscribed 3 hours ago between streams, because he's a special guy like that. Honestly, you guys, thank you so much for the support. It is, you know, it's a wonderful feeling to take some time off and to come back and have people be waiting for you. It's incredibly gratifying. It's incredibly validating. So thank you guys for sharing your time with me tonight. Autofire, thank you so much for them biddies. I'll just go ahead and I'll tuck them into the old G-string there. How are we doing tonight? How are we doing? But yeah, like I said, I pulled a bunch of stuff out, threw a bunch of stuff away, gave some hobby stuff to the wife. I've reassessed what I'm painting right now, because I've been doing Conquest for a while, and like the two real tangents I've been off on lately are number 1, Conquest, and number 2, oil painting. Oil painting I intend to continue with, because the more I do of it, the more I like it. I'm actually really enjoying painting with oils. It is, it's got me more engaged with the painting process than I have been in a while, and it also has me thinking more about acrylics and the strength of them. So this is a path I intend to continue on. Conquest, I've been kind of reassessing how much time I'm spending on. I like the game, and I'm going to continue painting the models of it that I have. If I can I level with you? Can I level with you, chat, for just a minute on Conquest? I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the rules in Conquest. Also, I thought I'd know this is kind of unrelated, but I'm not drinking coffee right now. I'm trying to lay off drinking as much coffee as I do, so I'm having a nice Earl Grey tonight instead. I'm just finishing steeping that. But I am concerned. I am concerned about Conquest, and I'll tell you what concerns me, and that is that I think the rules as they exist right now are pretty well fine. They're perfectly decent rules. As I've noted in the past, though, hang on, I need a paper towel. The rules are perfectly functional, but they're not the best written. And they kind of addressed that a little bit with a 1.5 edition of the rules, and I thought to myself, okay, well, clearly they recognize it, they're working on fixing it. This is important. If a game has weaknesses, that's fine. What's important is that they know those weaknesses, and that they intend to fix them. So the 1.5 rules came out, and I said, oh, yeah, we'll continue. They're improving things. Rules are still a little bit rough. They're hard to read at times, and weirdly layered in places. Lord 17C, I'm talking right now about Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. I'll be past this subject in just a minute. We'll get on to something else. Ooh, Earl Grey with lemon is just delightful, isn't it? Ooh. Oh, that is much better. That is much better. So anyway, they have recently been previewing things for the upcoming faction in Conquest. Lord 17C. It's something that I've painted a number of times here on stream, particularly recently. It's a rank and flank wargame from Parabellum Wargames, relatively new. It's only about 2 years old. Lovely models, really. So they have been previewing their releases lately for their new faction, the Old Dominion. And I don't find the Old Dominion a terribly interesting concept, so I don't hold that against them. I'm more interested in the City-States faction they're planning to release in a year or two. So I was never going to be that into the Old Dominion, but the more I look at their models, I'm like, some weaknesses here. They're not really all that exciting. They're all that really baroque, strangely complex, really drab sort of fantasy art that has been kind of popularized with games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. And it doesn't really appeal to me all that much. But that's not the reason that I've cooled a little bit on it. The reason I've cooled a little bit on it is because in addition to previewing their new models, they've been previewing their new rules. And the rules they've been previewing for the Old Dominion are worrisome. They're like faction-specific unit keywords that give other keywords and modify certain stats, but only at certain times. And I'm not really explaining it all that well, but suffice to say that upon one read-through of their rules, I'm like, okay, I see what this rule does. Functionally, I see what it is. They're undead, they don't suffer morale like everybody else. I get that. I've seen that rule in countless miniature games. Warhammer 40k has a version of this rule. Kings of War has a version of this rule. Hell, Dead Zone has versions of this rule. Any game with zombies in it has a version of they're undead, they don't break like everybody else. I have very rarely seen this rule this poorly written. It's like 4 paragraphs long. And again, it has a nested keyword in it. I'm sorry, but a keyword that gives another keyword is not a great idea. I've played Conquest a number of times now, and I have, as someone who plays a lot of these games, I've had difficulty remembering all of my own rules for my relatively simple faction. And then you layer in that in order to make meaningful decisions as a player, I need to know the rules for my enemy's faction. Okay, that's fine as long as we're dealing with a common pool of keywords and reasonably written rules. So I could memorize a few of the things from the Spires. You shouldn't memorize everything, because that way some things can still take you by surprise, but you want to have a good view of what the enemy is capable of in order to, as I said, make meaningful decisions. And the rules they're layering in now is just like, I'm not gonna... I took one look at it and I'm like, I'm not memorizing this. I'm not memorizing this fucking rule. You're out of your damn mind. This is just one of them, too. They're going to be introducing more of them? I don't like it. I don't like it. It already fundamentally had issues for me in the way that that heroes can take like 15. They can take one heirloom item, but there's a list of like 15 to 20 items they can take that all have little granular, minute details associated with them. I'm like, I'm not gonna memorize. I'm not gonna memorize 20 heirlooms per faction. Someone could tell me, oh, I have the Serpent Sting bow, and I'm like, I'm supposed to remember what the fuck that does? Come on, guys. Come on! So anyway, the point of what I'm saying here, ultimately, is I'm gonna be painting less of that for the immediate future. I've got an army pretty much painted up for it. I'm gonna be painting some of the Spire stuff, just because I really like the models. I want to paint the Brutes and the Abomination. But now that I've got my militia done, now that I've got my men-at-arms done, I'm going to be less focused on filling out that army, so you're going to see less of it on the stream. And I'm dialing back to some games with smaller model counts that I want to play in the immediate future. So all of this rambling has been to get me around to the point that I'm going to paint some heavy gear tonight. Isn't that fun? Well, heavy gear Blitz, look at them, they're little robots, they're adorable. Well, they're not robots, they're mechs, but they're very, very small mechs. And I'm going to be trying out metallic oil paints tonight. I've done a little bit of research on true metallic metals in oil paint, and I got a couple of paints that I want to try. Most notably, I got Gamblin Silver, which is one of the only oil paints I could find that is based, that has, it's aluminum powder as its pigment. Most of the other ones have coated mica flakes as their pigmentation, so they're iridescent rather than being truly metallic. So I think if I base in this aluminum and then I do detailing in the iridescence, I could get something interesting out of that. But we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. Lord 17C, yeah, a lot of plastic. Not entirely plastic, but a whole lot of plastic. Dr. Rhino, I noticed you before the stream started. Before the stream started. How you doing today, Dr. Rhino? Can we get a shout out, by the way? Have we gotten one for Dr. Rhino yet? I know we got one for Project Dark Fox, which you should definitely be popping over there for a follow. But if we haven't gotten one for Dr. Rhino yet, man, there's a streamer you need to be following. Let me tell you what. Yeah, it's not entirely plastic yet. A lot of it's plastic. Most of the basic gears have plastic sprues now. I'll show you. I've got some of the sprues here. Some of it's still resin, some of it's still metal, but DreamPod 9 is a very, very small company, so it takes them a while to completely fill out their catalog with styrene sprues in particular. But yeah, they've got a good number of styrene sprues now, and that's what we're going to be painting tonight, are some of the plastic ones, as a matter of fact. And Romeo Void, just Hunters and Jaegers. Just Hunters and Jaegers. I've got 4, and I can never remember which one's north and which one's south. South are the Jaegers, and they're the ones that are ripped off of the Hunter, which was developed by the North. Is that right? Did I get my heavy gear lore right at all? I don't know my heavy gear lore very well. Roland has a number of times tried to educate me on it, and it's like it just bounces right off my brain, and I'm like, I don't know. They're robots. They're in the desert. You know, they shoot each other. What more do I really need to know? Automat Americana, welcome in, my friend. Welcome in, everybody. White Wolf, Dr. Rhino, Romeo Void, Lord 17C, Data Nerd, Hamburg Tack. It'll be a Thunder Minute, which is several normal minutes. Yeah, it is. It genuinely is. There's to Square, of course. We got Auto Fire. We got Asri hanging out, tossing some biddies our way. And we got all the cool kids in here. Dragon Printer, thank you so much for the warm welcome. Riot Sister, of course. Get it in gear. It's funny because they're gears. That was the joke, right? I assume that was the joke. So I'm gonna finish my tea. I'm gonna show you guys a couple things. We got some fun stuff in the interim. My new set of dice came in from Chessex. I'm gonna show them off. We are at 1949 for followers. When we hit 2K, we're going to be giving away some dice. We're going to be giving away our oil-painted Vaders. That's the plan. I'm definitely out of practice. I know, it's not, like, I never have that clip in this overlay. I don't have any clips in this overlay. But I'll get it. I'll do it slightly after the fact, as soon as we go to the next overlay. Oh, Hamburg Tack. Hamburg, you ham. 3 gift subs going out, hitting the Joy of Painting Manies. Rockin' Robin Workshop, who's been back to painting lately. By the way, thank you for doing that shout-out, Data Nerd. Yeah, Rockin' Robin has been getting into, what's he been painting lately? I was just looking at some of his work. He's been doing Marvel Crisis Protocol. The Venom that he just did looks fucking amazing. You gotta check that guy's Instagram out if you haven't already. But Hamburg, thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you for all of your support. You've given so much support over the course of this stream, and it is absolutely wonderful to have you here as part of the community, man. Thank you. And out to Sadistic, someone I don't know personally, but they got a fun name. I'll give them that. Yeah. We get 51 more follows, and we'll be giving out a number of sets of dice. I don't want to say how many yet. I got a lot extra this time, so I can do more than just one giveaway. So I give them away for a number of things. 26 months. Where does the time go, Roland? I just don't know. Roland, thank you so much for your support. You guys, way to make a guy feel welcome. Dude, that'd be fucking awesome. I assume SF, we're talking San Fran? I haven't been there in years. I don't think I've been to San Fran since 2006. I saw Leaves' Eyes and Blind Guardian in San Francisco in 2006, and I think that is the last time I was in the city. But I'll tell you what, I have been looking for a reason to visit, not San Fran specifically, but Monterey. I've got some friends in Monterey. If I make my way over there, I'll let you know. I'll let you know ahead of time. Edifoe, welcome in. Yes, Roland. With a year to plan, I'm saying that's a thumbs up. Adepticon 2023. Barring insane or barring like major cancellations or huge, world events, etc., etc. I have every intention of being at Adepticon 2023. Was unable to make it this year. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab a hotel room the second the block opens up for reservations this time. And yeah, I'll be there. Oh yeah. I kind of need to be. Steel Warrior and I have been talking a lot about marketing and visibility. And we have some exciting new product lines coming out. And I'm going to have to start going to conventions just to be like, hey, look at me. I make stuff. Come buy my terrain and my models. That's the dance I'm going to do, too. There's a little preview of some upcoming content. You're going to be seeing this. Watch TikTok, okay? It's going to be the next big thing. Everybody's going to be doing it. What's up, 0010? Or 0010, as it would be. How you doing today, man? Are you looking at the local cons? I am now. It's been obviously up until very recently questionable for me to go to a lot of conventions. A lot of them have been canceled or not had very good attendance. But things are actually sort of cooling off COVID-wise. So yeah, I'm looking at local cons. We've got Genghis Khan that happens in Denver. We've got a number of other small ones. There's also a large Battletech game going on end of this month that I'm going to be providing a bunch of terrain for here locally. It's not at a convention, but it is a fairly large organized game. Also, there's a pretty big Battletech tournament that's going to be happening up in Canada in a few months' time. It's like 9 months out. And Steel Warrior and I have been talking about what we can provide them, so that might be a thing. Kind of sad, 00. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can improve your day again. Would like to see this terrain? I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it to you because I'm really, really happy with it. This is just like the simplest building blocks for it, and I'm continuing to work on it, but I'm really, really happy with how it's come together, so I'm going to demonstrate it before we get to painting. How goes the chaos? It's fucking, it's all over it. It just is. The chaos simply is. You live with it or you're just stressed out all the time. Actually, you just had one of our local con/wargaming tourney that ended in part due to COVID delays and restrictions. That sucks. It killed a lot of conventions, honestly, and we're just now at a point where the convention scene is starting to get a toehold again, and I'm looking to support it. I'm looking to support it as best I can, because I miss cons. I don't miss, con crud, but I like to think that maybe after the last 2 years of bullshit, I like to think that maybe people will be generally more conscientious about, like, washing their hands and not coughing in people's faces. I'd like to think that. They probably won't be, but, we gotta have hope. We gotta hope for something. I guess I choose to hope for that. You're sad because it's midnight? I love midnight. Midnight's great. Want some help with marketing? Let me know. I used to design retail displays and campaigns for major companies. Ooh. We may have to ping you about that, actually. I'm definitely interested in help. I'm not good at marketing. I'm not at all, yet apparently these days I have to do it. Canada, ew. How you doing, Dino Man? let's take a look at a few things. Everything working? Magnificent. Let's zoom out a little bit. A little more than we normally do. Let's get an overall view of the desk. Let's see if I can show this terrain off. It's going to be kind of from straight down, so you're not going to get the best view of it, but this is what I've been working on. It's not the most, like, strictly visually exciting piece. The exciting part for this, for me, is in how it fits together. These are not DRD, these are Rainy River Designs over here, Lord 17C. These are Rainy River Designs tanks. We're working on these before the break, as a matter of fact. I've got some DRD stuff, though, and DRD is going to be premiering something at Adepticon that's pretty exciting, too. So, keep an eye out for that. Not at all. No, Lord 17C, I work with DRD on a couple of projects, so it would not be surprising to see some of their stuff on my desk and some of mine on theirs, which is really the part that's exciting me right now. Anyway, so I had the need... I need more 28mm scale sci-fi terrain. And I know that there are a billion shipping containers out there, but I couldn't find any that did precisely what I wanted. So, I designed this. This is where it started, was just this fairly simply designed shipping container that is based on a pair of 3-inch cubes. So this is 6 inches end to end. It's 3 inches up, 3 inches this way. It's pretty standard. But the neat thing is this on top, these little shapes here, these little hooks that it looks like a crane or something could kind of lock into. Based on that, I started working things together into a grid connection system. So you can see all of the parts have this little grid on the bottom of them. And here I have 2 of these, this style of crate here. I have one of this, which this is a 3-part print that has multiple pieces. You print the base of it. There is a containment cage that goes over top, and then you have multiple options for what you want to put inside. Currently, the only one I have printed is this, and I realize I'm doing all this is in black PLA, so it might be difficult to see. I apologize, the details, but I'm going to get some paint on these here pretty soon. It's like a spherical gas or liquid storage tank. And there are other options. There's a grouping of 3 tanks. I've got something that looks like a stack of explosive charges, so you can kind of customize this. And this goes down over top. You got a little different style. This is a 1x1. Got this 1x2 here that is a similar idea with the base piece here, the grid on the bottom, a long tank here that locks in, and then a cage that goes over top. And I did it this way specifically so that you could not only choose different options to go inside, but also paint these before you put the damn cage on, because that's something that's bugged me in the way that a few of them are designed. So you paint that separately, and then you can lock the cage down over it, and then glue all this together to be nice and solid. So model placement. Model placement is the fun part for me. So I've only got a couple of parts printed, and I've been having a lot of fun with them, but let me show you these two. First of all, basic concept here. These lock together like so. Now, they don't snap together in such a way that you would have to rip them apart, which is one of the things that always bugs me about the modular terrain building sets. I don't like all the little clips. I don't like them sticking together too much. I don't like when it's time to take apart your table, you gotta go in and remove the little and remove this and take the clip out and put it in its own. This is like, you want to build with it, you just, there's one. Oh, there's one on top of it. It sets in there nice and secure. It's not gonna come undone. It locks in, but you also can just lift it right off with no problem. And because everything's built on exactly the same grid, the other 2 parts I have to show off are, this is just the simple walkway / work surface piece. We put this on top of one of these, and that just becomes a nice flat, like, this is already a good surface to put models on. In fact, these are the older version. I put something in here to make it more even. It has a couple raised pieces that can kind of prohibit standing on the edges, but overall you can stand on the vast majority of this, particularly if you have a wide base that can go between these. But if you need it to be a little bit more flat, you can use this. Okay, but the really interesting thing there is not just in putting it over one, but bridging it across 2. Like so. Or, because it's built on a grid, let's say you want to move these apart, and lock this to just the edge here, and just the edge here. And now you've got a nice little bridge. No magnets. No magnets, White Wolf. This is all mechanical. I'm not doing magnets in this set. This is entirely mechanical. Now, it's not gonna lock together in such a way that it can't be, say, pulled apart with a little bit of effort. It can be. It's not completely bomb-proof, but I didn't want it to be. What I want is something where you can come in and just pull this off, or lock it in real quick and not really have to mess around a lot with it, or move this in and lock it over half here and one there to make a little space. It's really, really quick to build with. Really, really quick. Now I just want to fool around with this for a second and show you kind of all the shit that you can build. Oh, here's the other part. A ramp. This was a necessary piece, and this was a tricky one to get so that you could print it supportless. But it does print supportless. Watch Captain, welcome in. Thank you very much for saying so. Cost for time on printers. Dr. Rhino will get you some of this, man. I absolutely will. Lunchbox hitting that 4-month streak. Thank you so much for the resubscription, Lunchbox. Welcome in. But this has the same grid on the top here and on the bottom here, and I'll show you what you can do with it. Lock it in right there. And now you have a nice level 1 ramp that is, interestingly enough... Alright, let's go ahead and build a little something here. I got that one there. I'm going to put this on top of here. I'm going to line this up. I'm going to connect this here. And then lock this in. The bottom also locks into the grid because it's exactly the same length as the 2-length shipping container. So then you can take one of these guys here, set that up, put this, say, right here. Assuming I can find the right... There it is. You know, wiggle it around from time to time. But I mean, you know, right there, we've got up 2 levels with standing space on both of them. The combinations here are virtually endless. And again, I've just been fooling around with it to see what it's capable of. Dr. Rhino, thank you so much for that gift sub. And I've built, like, using just these 1, 2, 3, 4 crates... 2 ramps and 2 work surfaces, I've been able to build all kinds of crazy crap just by messing around. And the idea here is you don't really have to plan your board all that perfectly. You just take a bunch of these and start building shapes that you want to play on. Just start building shapes you want to play on. Let's see. Let's bridge this across here. And this across here to make like a nice square surface. Let's leave these 2 out. Just 2 crates. And then we can put, and I'm running out of room here a little bit, but because of the way this is built, you can lock this on all the way over or just over 1. So you can do that right there. And you can do this right here. And then I could say, put this right here, and then lock this between the 2. Now, all this is pretty well joined together at this point. You could jostle it apart if you really hammered it, but it's not gonna come apart with just a casual bump, and it provides good support for everything, and it all locks together. Just, I'm really excited about this. And yeah, you can, there's a nice space under here too that's exactly the size of 1 whole crate, so you can lift this off to play under, and then put it right back on with no issue whatsoever. The goal here has been to make this set as functional as possible for actually playing games on. War Legos, there you go, Project Dark Fox. And this wasn't the original intent for the project, but it did just kind of happen this way. Here, let's just modify this slightly, why don't we? Let's take this long crate here and replace that piece there. And then put this bridging across here. And now you have a slightly more complex play area. We'll put this here. Actually move that out. Catch this. Again, this is all linked together. And now you've got stairway up, long area here, stairway going down. Like, this whole thing is a lot of fun. And it comes apart, again, really, really easy. And then you can just take this shit and toss it in a bin. You don't have to be careful with it. These are nice and good and sturdy. And this piece, again, this prints supportless, which is something I'm very proud of. It prints on its edge like this. You actually get a pretty nice surface out of it that way. Oh, and I haven't even shown off the fact that each and every one of these steps is totally usable. Let's see. Sometimes you gotta wiggle it around to find the grid. There it is. Let's grab one of my Warcaster models, let's say. This is a metal model on a 30mm lipped base. And Now, the way this is built, each 1, 2, 3 steps is approximately 1 inch, so if you need to know how high you're going when you move, each of these crates is 3 inches, every 3 steps is 1. So if you need to know that you traversed 1 vertical inch, you just, go up 3 steps like that. But your base can actually slide in under the step above it, which makes it nice and secure. Even if they get bumped a little bit, they're not gonna fall off of there. It's a completely usable ramp/stairway. I'm adding cosmetic parts to it now. I'm adding more cosmetic options because the functional pieces of it are all together and all work pretty well. There you go, Desert Owl. Shield wall to add to the flats that can go over the cargo containers. So yeah, there's definitely going to be some more, like, right now I'm adding a bunch of scatter pieces, like little groupings of crates and so on and so forth. You really can just start putting pieces out and combining them. Do it, almost entirely at random. You can have a good time with it. And wind up with a fairly interesting board. If you just have a handful of each crate, a good number of walkways and ramps, and you just start building at random, in no time you're going to have a board that you can play on easily. And because you guys know me, I'm just sick of flashy terrain that I can't really do anything with. I hate it. I hate the tendency of wargame terrain designers to build for dioramas these days. This is the most functional set I could possibly make, and I'm really happy. Really happy with it, and I'm really excited to release it. So it's not yet Hex Omega. This is what I've been working on this week. This is what I've been doing this week, is getting these parts all done and ready to go. I'm planning on having this set be available on Steel Warrior Studios end of the month. That's what I'm shooting for. That's just a nice block. I'm consistently surprised at all the cool things you can do with all this stuff. I'm glad you like it, Rhino. It seems very, very simple to me, but simple is honestly, it's what it should be, you know? You complicate things too much, particularly when it comes to games, and you're just gonna lose out at the end of the day. Yeah, it really comes together, Dragon Printer, when you start playing with it, because once you have a handful of these parts in your hand and you just start fucking with them, you realize, like, again, I have 4 crates and just 2 prints of other, and I've already been able to make numerous pieces of terrain that I could fill like a 2x2 board with. It won't even take that many pieces to create an interesting board with this set. Airflex, thank you so much for your resubscription. How you doing today, man? Let me get this stuff out of the way. And again, it's all of it is durable. You're not likely to break these pieces, which is important to me. You should be able to, if you build a table with this set, you should be able to just take a plastic bin, stick it under the edge of the table, and sweep it all off the table into the bin and have it be just fine. Maybe you lose a couple little scratches in the paint job if you haven't varnished it well, but that's going to be about all it. There is a crane. Dr. Rhino, I am working on a crane/robot arm. That's definitely a piece I think is vital to the set. A few other things, too, I think you'll like. Let me get caught up here. Got the imposter syndrome, produces a new terrain system. It looks amazing, but it's too clever for its own good. Oh, Amish Steak, thank you so much for saying so. I'm glad you guys like my posts in the blunderstorm, as I have stolen the title from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. It's just, you know, I want to type up my thoughts sometimes, and I figure, why the hell not? Let's go ahead and do it. Speaking of thoughts, how about these new dice? Really? How about these new dice? These things are hot. These look better than the first run of dice that we did, I think, by a kind of a wide margin. I like that original set, and it's kind of a limited set, which I think makes it cool, but these are so nice. That color is so rich and lustrous. I got a lot more of them this time, too, so we're going to be giving a bunch of these away. I'll tell you, I did a thing. I got the bag with the several hundred dice in it that I ordered, and because I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious, I started rolling pairs, looking for the one pair, my lucky pair, that were gonna roll boxcars on the first roll. I rolled the entire bag. The whole bag. I got snake eyes, I got double fours, I got 6 and 1 and 6 and 5 over and over and over and over again. I got boxcars on the third to last pair. I was like, oh my god, there is no lucky pair. There's no lucky pair in this entire bag, but I finally got it. I finally got it. I got one lucky pair out of the whole damn thing. Well, clearly not metalcore. I got to it eventually. But yeah, these are going to be going out. We're only 50 followers. We're 51 followers away from 2,000. And that's going to be a good milestone for us to give a number of sets of these away. Thank you so much, Deadeye Minis. I hope you're doing well, too. I hope that this Sunday is treating you... This is Sunday, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I hope this Sunday is treating you well. Speaking of which... Oh man, that's not a follow, that's a sub! Oh my god, that's a sub! One of them hot Prime subs. Thank you so much, Lord17C. Much appreciated. Do mods get any out? I mean, yes. Yeah, no, there's some of you are just getting these by default. That's why I ordered more of them, is so that I could kind of do that. Mods are all getting a pair. I threw in a pair to Shock with the trench foot that I'm sending him. I'm going to be throwing them around willy-nilly. This is going to be dice. It's kind of everywhere. Plus, I'm keeping a good number for myself. You guys really like this terrain set? Because I look at it sometimes and I think, like, God, it's kind of simplistic, but at the same time kind of beautiful? It doesn't leave much room for... You know, I'm just going to let it speak for itself. I'm just going to let the set speak for itself. I'm going to finish it up, I'm going to release it, and I want to see what you guys do with it. Honestly. My buddy Greg is printing a bunch of it for use in a Warhammer 40k tournament. He's printing like 200 pieces for use in a 40k tournament, which I think is going to be a lot of really good playtesting. And that's what I want out of it, honestly, is playtesting. I don't just want you to build pretty boards and take pictures and post them on Instagram. I would genuinely like you to build boards out of it, play on them, and then come back and tell me how it went, how it worked with the rules. Because that, I'm so tired of terrain that complicates the game. So tired of it. I think it would work great for Necromunda too. Doom Master Dave, thank you so much for the follower. You're number 1950, man. Welcome in. What am I doing? what am I doing today? I'm just babbling like an idiot, I guess. Let me fix up my oil palette here. Yeah. So I'll tell you the other thing, too. I was thinking about making it compatible with as many games as possible while I made it. Infinity definitely occurred to me. Also, Dead Zone, because Dead Zone is played on a series of 3-inch cubes. That's the way the whole board is divided up. Interestingly enough, so is my terrain. So I'm going to be using it for that. I need to cut myself another piece. This isn't right. That was a piece that I did for the wet palette, so I need another one. Let's just do it right now. I'm specifically right now, I'm ramping up to play more games of Mantic's Dead Zone, Spiral Arm Studios, Maelstrom's Edge, and Warcaster Neo Mechanica, and it's sort of perfect for all three of those games. I would, yeah, people have said it's good for Infinity. I don't play Infinity, but if it's good for Infinity, then fantastic. If I can make it better for Infinity by making small changes or adding things in, please let me know. I'd like to know. I stand by my assertion that I will play Infinity when they release more models in ScioRes, which is really just me stopping myself from buying into another game system. I mean, I don't really need a template. I could just count the number of squares. I just never do. And cut about right there. I could simplify this task, I just don't. Oh, don't jinx me like that, Dr. Rhino. I don't see that happening. I don't know. Is partner worth it? Like, I'm not even sure that it is. I like this parchment paper with the grid on it, because it lets me cut sloppy lines that still generally line up with what I'm trying to do. Oh, this is like the worst scissor cuts anyone has ever done. Hey, Techno Sugar, how you doing? Yeah, I like the parchment with the squares on it. It's very, very convenient for this particular task. It lets me eyeball where my lines should be and not have to measure them very carefully. Alright, wrap this over. Pull it taut. On the right side of the dirt. Hey, that's something. Hey, that's something. Oh, and 0010 if you're still there. I think I might have missed your last message, man, but I do hope things start looking up for you, man. I never like to hear that people are hanging out on Twitch and feeling rotten about their day. That's not the move. That's no good. So, I'm pretty sure these are northern gears. Roland, if you're there, is this a northern gear, and is it a hunter? Is that right? I should probably remember these things by now, but I don't. But I'm pretty sure these are northern hunters. We're going to start working on these today. Okay, I got it right. And then the southern gears are Jaegers, and they were stolen from the northern design for the hunter, right? Yes? Oh, also before I forget, hey Riot Sister, how you doing?
Hello there.
Anyone else excited that we're going to get more Kenobi, like, memes in the near future? You know there are going to be memes. Ewan is so memeable. Oh, I'm almost out of my nitrile gloves. Gotta remember to order some more. Hesitantly so. That's probably wise, Riot Sister. That's probably wise. I've just decided that I don't care if it's good or not. Which I will maintain that position right up until it's revealed that I'm a big hypocrite and I actually care a lot, and then I complain loudly about how it sucks. I'm just calling the trajectory that is absolutely going to, you know, I'm just trying to be honest. Ultimately, I'm gonna be like, I don't care, and then I'm gonna, as it turns out, care quite a lot, and then I'm gonna say stupid and embarrassing and gatekeepery things about it. Like, we might as well just own it, right? Super Tech knows what I'm talking about. That's why he followed. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How much of it will he actually be in? It seems like he's gonna be in, hopefully, the whole fucking thing. It's not being done by Robert Rodriguez. That's something. He's killing young memes. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible, Dr. Rhino, in so many ways. Hopefully they don't do that Mandalorian half-season thing to Kenobi like they did to poor Bob A. Feet. So I'm going to be painting these guys in blues. So I'm going to go ahead and pre-glaze the ground warm and the entire gear cool. We're going to keep it simple. Now, I just picked up Asphaltum. Somebody recommended Asphaltum to me as a good stain. I'm going to go with Van Dyke Brown for now because I've used it, but we might use Asphaltum for something else. I might try glazing my southern gears in Asphaltum. We're going to start with a bit of Van Dyke Brown as our pre-glaze. Van Dyke Brown and Indigo are my two favorite pre-glazes. We're going to use both of them. Here's my Indigo. Really looking forward to trying out some of my Radiance tonight. I've been watching a lot of James Wapple and realizing that even as I trim out my layering habits, I'm not trimming them out enough. So, simplifying. But yeah, I've got Gamblin' Silver, and I picked up a couple of these Williamsburg Iridescents. Iridescent Silver, Iridescent Pale Gold, Iridescent Pearl White. These are going to be the colors that I try to use to kind of modulate my metallics. I mean, fucking Joel Edgerton is going to be there. We're going to get some of Owen Lars, which is just great. Because Joel has just been killing it in recent years. Dude wrote The Rover. I've recommended that movie to you guys before, The Rover. Joel Edgerton wrote that shit. He's kind of incredible. Oh, Project Darkfire. Oh, that's right. I was gonna... You mean... these? I've been wanting to do these for a long time. Have I got... Did I throw them away like an idiot? I might have. So first of all, yes, but not specifically that binge, just a history of playing it. These are the bases that I originally made for and never finished painting for my Karist Enclave forces for Maelstrom's Edge. You can see I've removed their feet from them. And these are little bits of plastic sprue that I have chopped to pieces and then glued down and then added some ground texture. This is how I did these. And these days I 3D print everything, and I was like, I can do better than this with the stupid pennies and the bases and all this crap. So, the newest base set coming from me are going to be these, and I've got some in 25mm beveled and some in 30mm lipped here. But you can see this is just a little bit more detailed. Obviously, the crystals can be more varied and more interesting, and then the ground texture includes the cracks, so it looks like the crystals are kind of punching up through the ground. I didn't do the little Tiberium growth pods, because if I'm being honest, I've never really liked the Tiberium. Like, it's part of it, you know, it's part of the lore, but I always thought the little growth pods looked strange compared to crystals just punching up through the earth. And this is more the style that they did in Command & Conquer 3, which is why I kind of went with it. I feel like for everything that Command & Conquer 3 got wrong, it got a few things right, and this was one of them. I like this look. And I did a few different styles of it. Let's see. I've got this one that is more of the, like, flattened, blunt crystal clusters punching through at an angle. And I'm not gonna say... Well, let's just say that this particular crystal formation might also be the subject of some terrain that I'm starting to work on right now, but that's gonna wait until after I finish the current set. And yeah, I'm gonna do them in hexes. I'm gonna do them in as many styles as I can. Notice, you know, we got the lipped versions here. So if you want to use these for like Warcaster or anything else that uses the lipped style base, you can. I'm doing them in different sizes. I'm going to do them in a number of 40k sizes and shapes. All the ones for Infinity, all the ones for Maelstrom's Edge. I'm going to be using these for my rats, for my Veermen in Mantic's Dead Zone, and I think I'm going to use these for my Empyreans for Warcaster as well. We do. Command & Conquer, unfortunately, is pretty much dead at this point. I'm all in favor of a revival, but I'm not holding my breath. And yeah, the prints came out really nice. Now, the ones I make available are probably just going to be solid. These are the ones I made for myself, so they actually have a little hollow for a washer, and then they have 180-degree markings. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Look at that. How you doing? How you doing, Monument? What's up? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Art of Mike Disney, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chat. I'm just showing off some stuff I've been working on. How was your stream, Monument? What were you showing off today? Speaking of people that make stuff. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Some of you, just take a look at these bases that I made, and I'll bet 90% of you can be like, I know what video game this man has been playing lately. I was just showing. I made these yesterday and got them printed off overnight. A new set that I'm working on at the moment, along with my little quality of life features. Dotson Des, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're just getting started with some oil painting on some heavy Gear Blitz models. Turning the new studio on for the first time. Literally just did an hour-long mic. I was gonna say, I feel like I just saw you get on, like a little bit before I did. So I was like, really? Already? Okay, but yeah, it was a tech test. Well, I hope everything went well. I've spent the last hour showing off new crap over here. We just got back from a little break to the stream. We just got some new dice. Huh? Shiny, lovely dice. I'm really happy with how these came out. Not up with what the kids are playing these days. Prometheus, I've been playing Command and Conquer, and I did these old bases for Maelstrom's Edge, and I was like, you know what, I can do better than this handmade, sprue-cut crystal crap, so I went at it with ZBrush and decided to 3D print some of my own bases with some better detailing on them. Alright, but we're gonna paint stuff. We do paint stuff around here. I swear we do. David Rogers, thank you so much for saying so. Goliath Games TV, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you so much. Monument, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. I'm glad to hear that your tech test went well. And I look forward to catching some streams in the new studio. Alright, now I need a little bit of my ivory black on the palette here. Thank you so much, Monument. Yeah. You get your... Go stretch your legs. Get some rest, man. A little ivory black there for mixing purposes. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It can be Tiberium... it would be Tiberium in the case of Command and Conquer. You could paint it any color you want, though. I think I'm calling the set, like, Crystal Badlands. It's real general. What else do I want to have out? For right now, I'm not going to worry about it. We're just pre-glazing. I can worry about my colors later. Let's get some white spirits. RTS games are not as popular as they once were. It might have something to do with the fact that a certain horrible, soulless corporation bought up a bunch of them, converted them to mobile games, and then fired all their original creators. It might have something to do with... I'm not saying it definitely does. I'm not saying that Electronic Arts is literally the fucking devil. But if you take that from my broad statements, it would not be an incorrect conclusion. Could easily work for StarCraft crystals too. Yeah, it could be... I guess they were just minerals. They didn't really have a name outside of that. Well, we just got a follow and it didn't show up on my my activity feed. That's odd. That's silly. It shows Goliath Games, but not the last one. Well, in any case, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, they are going to be done on hex bases as well. I'm going to drop the scale on hex bases. I want the crystals to be smaller on hex bases, and I'm going to make the texture a little bit finer, because mechs tend to crowd their bases as it is. Yeah, they could be Necron crystals. They're really, like... You can do almost anything with these. Almost anything you want, which is sort of the idea. Or, you know, if you happen to find yourself some Command and Conquer Brotherhood of Nod models, you can also do that. That would work just fine. Valentino Hilly, that's it. It finally showed up. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'm going to grab one of my crappy brushes from over here. And let's do a little mixing, shall we? Grab some ivory black. And some of my Van Dyke brown here. Mix myself up a nice pre-glaze. I'm starting these right out of the tube, so they're pretty fat. Oh, that's happening anyway right now, Dr. Rhino. That's actually a project I've been working on for a few months and have... Well, I don't want to... You know what? I didn't say anything. That project is nothing that I ever thought of, and it definitely won't be a big surprise when I reveal that I totally was working on that the whole time. I've actually been working on both Brotherhood of Nod and GDI for a little while now. It's been part of my sort of learning ZBrush project, but I don't have anything I'm comfortable showing just yet. Let's get this nice and thin. So we can put all the fatty paint over top that we want. Okay, there we go. And just going to start with the bases. Having been one of EA's alpha testers, the games they tried a few years back, miserable slogs filled with microtransactions every 30 seconds. Yeah, no, they've done that to everything. Electronic Arts fucking sucks. They killed Command & Conquer Dead. They cannibalized it and turned it into a bunch of microtransaction-filled mobile games for the Chinese market. They killed Dead Space, and now they're resurrecting its corpse to profit off of the original ideas that they had nothing to do with. I fucking hate Electronic Arts. They have killed so many franchises that I love. In the name of soulless profit-seeking. Yeah, F in chat for Westwood. Seriously. I miss the good old days of Command & Conquer and Dune 2. I do. Darken this a teeny bit more since this is my base glaze. Let's grab a little more white spirits here. So much of oil painting is really just learning your consistencies and getting a feel for it, and I'm only just now getting to a point where I'm really comfortable winging it. But I'm going to use this on the southern gears anyway, so I might as well mix some up. There we go. Get that glob of paint off there. There we go. All better. Let's do the rest of the bases. Back in the day when you used texture paste, not ZBrush, did you texture before painting the figure itself or after? I've gone through a number of gyrations when it comes to basing, texturing, when I do what. I used to texture after the mini went down so that I could get a secure hold to the base. And after that, I started doing all my texturing and painting the base and then drilling and pinning the mini to it, which I actually liked better. It depends on what I'm working on. Like for these guys, I've decided I'm just going to paint the base and the mini at the same time because there's a lot of surface areas showing and it's kind of low detail, so it doesn't matter as much. I think it depends on what you're doing. Generally speaking, I think that keep it simple, stupid still applies. Azure Swarm, thank you so much for the follow. Tenferg, thank you also so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friends. EA had an opportunity to not be a soulless font of stupidity, but they got rid of John Rigatello because gamers weren't happy with him, so welcome to hell. People, like, I complain about even the Dead Space remake that's coming out. People are like, oh, but why? But you like Dead Space. And I'll tell you why. It's because none of the people who made Dead Space what it is, or at least very few of them, still work for Electronic Arts. Their company got swallowed up. They were given a bunch of money and then these impossible to meet marketing and sales goals. And then when they didn't meet them, their game was ripped to fucking pieces. They were all fired. Their game series was killed. And now what, years later, after Capcom blazes the way with the Resident Evil 2 remake, EA's gonna turn around and profit off of Dead Space 1 now? I'm sorry, but fuck you. That's ridiculous. That's disgusting. I hate it. Let's go ahead and do the bases on our southern gears too while we're at it. I got 4 of each, and I want the bases to be the same, so. I'm going with red versus blue for the color schemes. Really kind of magenta and turquoise, but, you know, broadly red versus blue. Just go ahead and drop that off my shelf real quick, because why not?
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
And these guys are actually going to get the same glaze overall, so I'm just going to give it to them right now. Nice warm base glaze, really just serving as a tint. This isn't what you would call a strong base coat in acrylic terms. Everything but the weapons, which I will do in indigo. Hey, Sphere, welcome in. How you doing? You getting some painting done, man? I saw you on earlier. I didn't get a chance to stop in. Alright. Let me mix a little bit more of my Van Dyke Brown in here. Touch more of my Ivory Black. There we go. I've been talking a little bit about, if you've been reading my little blog posts on the Discord, you'll know that I'm thinking more about doing YouTube content versus Twitch content. It has been suggested to me that I should sort of start in the beginning, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to shoot some videos over the next few months that are kind of like hobby basics. How I approach building, priming, thinking about starting a model. It occurs to me that a guide on, like, how to prepare a model based on what material it is could be useful. A conglomeration of tips for, like, okay, so you're doing a resin model, okay, so you're doing a metal model, so you're doing a styrene model, here's the differences between the materials, here are the things you need to know about it, here's how you can prepare it, here are things to look out for. I think we're going to go ahead and do that. One of the reasons I'm kind of psyched on it is because I've been doing a lot of metal models myself lately, and I've been really reassessing how I do my priming and varnishing on metal, which is always sort of a point of contention. So I think we'll have a video here pretty soon about how to approach washing and priming metal models, and specifically I'm going to compare and contrast a few different methods. I've got 4 methods I want to compare and contrast, and I have 4 identical metal minis from Warlord Games. These are, Concord Troopers from Beyond the Gates of Antares. These were actually part of prize support from about 5-6 years ago. I have a bunch of them left over, so we're gonna do one where all we do is wash and prime. We're gonna do one where we wash in vinegar and then prime. We're going to do one where we use Krylon self-etching primer, and we're gonna do one where we use Mr. Metal Model metal primer. We're gonna go through the process, prime them all up, put some paint on them, and then try to pull the paint off and see how each one holds up. This is the goal. I was going to do this anyway because I just want to know. I want to know what is the most durable finish I can give a metal model so I don't have to worry about wiping my damn paint off of it. Because anybody who's worked with metal models has had that happen to them. And it sucks, and I hate it. Yeah, I know the feeling, Severe. That's why I'm going to approach it with doing, like, just one every couple of months. I feel like I can pull that off. We're going to try it out. I've been wanting to do YouTube content for a while. I've had to kind of talk myself into it. But yeah, we'll start with the basics. We will start with the basics. Because you know what? We get a lot of people in this channel with questions to the effect of, I'm new, what should I be doing? And you know, it would be nice to have a series of videos that I could point to that I'm very, very confident in the information in. Not that a number of them don't exist, but I don't necessarily know them offhand, and I'd rather just go, hey, check out my playlist. We can get you started. Do one without priming? Fuck no. Not priming a metal model? You're out of your damn mind. I know that you're like crazy about, oh, there's some resins you don't have to prime. Kursala, you don't prime a metal model. That's just masochism. That's not... Your hobby in that case is not mini painting. Your hobby is self-harm. Which, far be it from me to judge you for that. But this isn't really the place for it. Oh, got a big glob of paint right up towards the ferrule there. Didn't want that. I've heard people, though, there are people who will still swear by, like, I've been painting metal models for 39 years, and all I do is wash them and throw on a little Vallejo primer, and I've never had paint come off, and all I can think is, like, you got lucky, or you painted your model and you put it on a shelf and you never looked at it again. Because, man, I've done a lot of priming work on metal models and still had paint come off. But I am determined to find the best and easiest, the most efficient way to prime and varnish metal models, because I've got a lot of them from Warcaster, and I'm gonna be painting them. I mean, I've already painted a bunch of them, but I got more coming. That Kickstarter's about to ship. Even you do prime models, make sure it's a good primer. That's why I'm saying, Severe, we're gonna try... Oh, excuse me. We're gonna try... people swear by the vinegar wash method, which slightly etches the surface of the metal so that a standard primer will hold better. We're gonna compare that to just washing and priming. And then I've got two primers I want to try. One is a hobby-based Mr. Metal Model primer, which people also swear by, which apparently has some self-etching qualities to it, as well as being self-leveling, so you can brush it on. And then we're going to try Krylon's Automotive Self-Etching Metal Primer, because again, either of those should eat into the surface of the metal a little bit to really get that firm grip. But one is notably more expensive than the other. So we're going to see, is the more expensive one really worth it? I'm hoping to come out with a method that I am comfortable using on metal models forevermore. And hopefully some useful information for anybody out there who hasn't done as many but maybe needs to paint some. GSI Krios, is that the Mr. Metal Models primer? Yeah, I believe it's enamel-based. These are not things that anything that's in an aerosol can, I'm not going to be spraying in my office. But we're heading into spring, so it should be warm enough for me to spray outside at least. Northern Gears, what faction? The Thunderheads is the faction. I've stopped thinking so much about the faction. I'm just going to paint it a color that I want, and then I'm going to worry about it later, Roland. That's my plan. I have a tendency to overthink my paint schemes, and I'm really endeavoring to not do that anymore. Alright. Slather a touch, more on here. A little bit there. Clean my brush off a little bit here. Legion of Everblight still has issues with tips and things rubbing off and flaking. Yeah, and I've had a few issues like that with some of my Eternus Continuum models from Warcaster, and with the new Kickstarter coming and a bunch of really fucking cool models I'm about to get that are also in metal and resin, I really want to nail down my methods to get the most durable paint coat that I possibly can on metal. And this is not me pushing oil over acrylic, but I will note, oil paint is so much more durable than acrylic paint, it's kind of stupid. It almost acts as its own varnish in that sense. To have an etching primer for the love of all that is held dear, use a mask. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're spraying any aerosol, use a mask. drops of white spirits. And let's grab some of my indigo here. Excellent. Now we're going to grab a touch of our ivory black and bring that over into here too. And this will be our cool glaze. And again, this color is not a base coat in the sense that you would think of a base coat for acrylics. It's really more of just a shadow and a tint. Ideally. Really like indigo since I've started using it. It has such a powerful pigment. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Wapple's work is always fucking amazing, but those in particular are pretty incredible. He has such a great approach to freehand when he does it too. He's right. It's just a series of simple shapes combined in interesting ways. That's all it ever had to be. He also did Reptilian Overlord Zelensky model and did just an amazing job on it. I hope you guys don't mind too much that I'm just not really into discussing that whole situation. It's not that I don't have opinions on it. I do. Arguably somewhat violent opinions. It's just that you know, this is a place of escapism. The stream is a place where we come to get away from the fact that the real world is a goddamn hellhole, and I'd rather not drag us down into it. Again, it's not that I don't care, it's not that I don't have feelings on the matter. Oh, I do. Perhaps too strong of feelings for me to be comfortable just ranting about them on a stream about painting minis, so just so you know. Exactly. Yeah, we escape from the hellish reality into an even more hellish fantasy world. Well put, Dr. Rhino. Though, to my credit, I don't paint 40K so much. Of course, I'll then turn around and go, 40K isn't really grimdark. Maelstrom's Edge is really grimdark, like that means anything. Such a fucking edgelord, it's ridiculous. There we go. 2 more. World's a crazy place, and it's an interesting time to be alive, folks. Well, yeah, but the fantasy world is done by writers, and reality is, as always, crazier than any fiction. In fiction, we expect our villains to be believably written. In reality, you can just be a fucking lunatic. You know what I started rewatching lately is Vikings. You guys remember that show? And of course people remember it. It just had a spin-off come out on Netflix, which is awful, by the way. I tried watching Vikings Valhalla because I really liked Vikings. It's a silly show, but it's a good show. Vikings Valhalla is fucking terrible. Like, it's really bad. It has a couple of compelling performances in it that ride entirely on the actors and actresses playing the parts, but the writing is atrocious. I don't understand how you make a Vikings-themed fantasy show about Leif Erikson and don't set it in the Americas. Like, I don't know how you fuck that up. That show writes itself. Instead, they've got Leif Erikson taking part in the revenge for the great massacre of the Danelaw, and it's like, historically, from what we know about him, we don't even think he was there. I haven't, Roland. I haven't. I've gotten partway into season 2. I don't know what it is about Bosch. I watch like 4 or 5 episodes, and then I get distracted by something. I inevitably come back to it. So I feel sure that I will. Hey, what's up, Crossbow Roof and Gus Schultz? Welcome in. What the hell do you have against Hieronymus Bosch? Oh, it's Titus Welliver. And nothing against him. I love Titus Welliver. Guy's awesome. It's a great actor. Plus, Lance Reddick is in it. Who doesn't love Lance Reddick? Holy crap, that man's voice. A lot of really great performances in Bosch, for that matter. Started watching Britannia. Ooh, Romeo Void, how you liking it? I really like Britannia. I won't be offended if you don't like it, though, so don't feel the need to mollycoddle me. Mollycoddle, that's the phrase I'm trying to use, but my mouth wouldn't say. Could literally be, yeah. Because Dr. Rhino, like Matt Yee, is arguably about as cultured as a bowl of yogurt. But that's okay, we love you anyway, Dr. Rhino. Alright, now to do the same indigo on our weapons for the Southerners. There, and on the knife. Yeah, throw a little bit in here. You know I only hate because I love Dr. Rhino. Look, I sat my ass down and I watched Bounty Killer, starring what may as well be a softcore porn starlet and Gary Busey. So you can take some abuse. Picked up an Artarian Remnant battlesuit from the friendly local game store. I just ordered some of those myself. I ordered the new Nimbus and some of the Militus suits. So I'm going to be getting those in, and I'm going to be working on some Maelstrom's Edge here in the near future. To Square, I'm glad that literally anybody else is playing Maelstrom's Edge. It is a fucking great game. And the new rules are actually pretty neat. It has a great setting, and it is a lot of fun to play once you get it on the table. It's very objective-oriented, which I always appreciate in a tabletop game. And besides Dr. Rhino, I have to get my shots in somewhere. You've painted, like... I'm not even gonna compare the numbers. It is... The amount of models that you have painted this year is stupid. Is just plain stupid. I can barely comprehend it. I do his knife? Yeah. His knife is on his leg, and I did. Alright, let's grab a touch more of our Van Dyke Brown. I should have washed that off more. Let's grab some of this from over here. Put it here. Take a little bit of Ivory Black. Mix that in there. And a touch of our solvent. Get this nice and lean. And just doing our weapons. So you see what I did here is I'm just, as far as tint and base glazing goes, I'm just doing warm weapons, cool armor on my northerners, and then warm armor, cool weapons on my southerners, just to get that little bit of extra pop. Nothing super complicated. It still only counts as one, Dr. Rhino. It still only counts as one. Gimli knew you'd be asking that well ahead of time. Project Dark Fox, you step away for as long as you need to. What have you played any of Maelstrom's Edge yet to Square? Or you just picked up some models? I haven't played as the Etarian Remnant yet. I ordered my first models from them now that they have their second battle suit available in Styrene.
No. Oh, he's pouting. No. My name's Dr. Rhino.
Dude, Rhino, if you can fucking grab me that exclusive Privateer Press model, I will be so indebted to you, it's stupid. I really want that model that they're gonna have at Adepticon. What faction are you doing for your north? They are the northern knee knockers from Northumberland. Yep. That's what they're called. They're the Blues. They're the blue team. Sitting around contemplating what faction I was going to do is honestly what stopped me from painting these for so long. And then finally deciding I'm painting them red and blue is what's got them on the table. Generic Northern Guard. Exactly, Roland. That's what I said. That's certainly what I meant to say. The Northern Water Tribe. I would do an Avatar The Last Airbender meme, but I've never actually watched Avatar The Last Airbender. Yes. Let's get our spongies ready. Apparently I should watch Avatar The Last Airbender. It's like a whole cultural thing, but, you know, every month that passes that I don't do it, it just gets older, and my motivation falters even more. I feel like, it's like Mad Men, you know? Where it's like, I feel like I should watch Mad Men because it's such a thing, but there's so much of it, I'm just never gonna. And as soon as I watch Avatar, then I have to watch Korra, and it's like, Not every shitty movie in existence, just a lot of them. Look, I'm not gonna stand here and defend my shitty taste in film. I'm not gonna do it, because it can't be done. Alright, let's start the deglazing process, shall we? Nothing too aggressive, nothing too wacky, just removing excess paint is really the whole thing. Try not to muddle my warm and cool too much. You just don't want any big, nasty, wet spots. Remove as much paint as you can, so what you really have is a stained primer coat with a very thin coat of oil on top of it. That's all we're after. Alright, let's let him sit for a minute, do another one. We'll give both of them 2 quick passes. Everybody seemed to like Korra. I watched Voltron Legendary Defender by the same animation team. Does that count? I watched it and I liked it. It's got to count for something, right? Come on, Voltron Legendary Defender was great. Let's not be unfair here. Oh no, don't even pull that crap on. Did you watch it? Did you watch it, Dr. Rhino? You're just saying words. That 150 can get you a bottle of water. Oh, inflation. Oh, God. Be very gentle with this guy. He is only glued down by 1 foot. I gotta remember that when I'm sponging. His connection point is fairly tenuous. I missed a little spot on him, didn't I? No worries, that's easy to get. Back of his leg and top of his calf. No problemo. We'll get you on the second pass, my friend. Oh, what's going to kill you, Dr. Rhino, is I don't know it. Quiz me on Citizen Kane sometime. That's a fun one, because I don't actually even like that movie. I'm so edgy. I'm so edgy that when things are regarded as, like, the greatest cinematic masterpieces of their generations, I'm like, it's overrated. Ugh. See how unique my opinion is? Subscribe for more. How you doing today, Cookie Mama? I saw you in chat. Seen you pinging your thoughts every now and then. I just thought I'd pick you out and say, how you doing? I hope your day's going well. No spoilers on Citizen Kane. When is the moratorium over for spoilers? In all seriousness, no fucking spoilers for the Batman, anybody, because, like, I'm really excited to see that. But I won't until it's available streaming in roughly 45 days. Yeah. That's the moratorium is when it enters the public domain. Then you can give spoilers on it. You know, you have to have a rule. There has to be some kind of metric by which to judge these things, and I guess that's as good as any, yeah? Alright, there's 3. But the high point of Titanic was when the guy hit the propeller. Everyone remembers that moment. The dude just punk and bounces off of it. That shit was great. Titanic was a good movie. I think, you know, you can say I don't care for Titanic or I like a different style of movie as much as you want, but I think it's hard to pretend that Titanic was not a remarkably well-done film. This is a claim not even I would make. That Cameron, that damn Cameron. Same thing goes for Avatar. Avatar is like the most expensive, well-made piece of shit. Not The Last Airbender, different Avatar this time. And I know the tendency is always to point out that, oh, it's just Pocahontas, it's just Fern Gully, it's just Dances with Wolves. And yeah, okay, fair. But, you know, that's not a real criticism, in my opinion. I say it mostly as a joke, but lots of stories are that way. And if you really want to make your metric for movies, it's a completely original idea that nobody's done before, then you're going to have to hate on quite a lot of film. But I think it's fair to say that it brought literally nothing new to the table except special effects. If you're going to do a story like that, again, you should be bringing some new perspective to it, but it was just kind of like a crappily done version of something we'd already seen, and that's what's really, I don't want to say unforgivable. It's not like he needs forgiveness for making it, that's a harsh term, but not very good, in my opinion. Remember when we thought Titanic was such a long movie? That's before streaming existed is why. I maintain that streaming has changed everyone's tolerance for what constitutes a long film. Where did my sponges come from, Necrobob? These are just cheap makeup sponges. These are like the sponges they sell in cosmetic stores and such. I think I got these off Amazon, like a bunch of them for real cheap. One of those 2 VHS movies. Oh, fuck, I remember owning it too. I remember buying the Star Wars Special Edition re-release on VHS. I've still got those VHSs. That, more than anything, makes me feel old. Maybe not more than anything. That's probably unfair. But it does. There are other things that technically do make me feel older. 2 VHS with intermission. Chitty chitty bang bang. Apparently Avatar 2 is coming next year along with big Ubisoft game. Most of the response has been, who outside of shareholders? Yeah. You know, I think people might be forgetting, maybe James Cameron is forgetting, that since he released Avatar, the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe has happened. And the entire cinematic Marvel Universe has completely reconfigured the way that we assess, like, sci-fi, action, pop culture film. It has completely changed the way that we approach it, the way that we view it, and the way that it is judged. And I just don't think anybody gives a shit about Avatar anymore. You remember the reports from people when Avatar came out who were like, oh, I went home and I wanted to commit suicide because the real world wasn't as amazing as Pandora. That bullshit ain't gonna fly anymore. Nobody gives a crap. We've all seen things 10 times more amazing than Avatar by now. And they were fucking Chris Evans movies. I'm sorry, but if you're comparing Chris Evans to Sam Worthington, that is a losing comparison. Sam Worthington is like a charisma void. And Chris Evans is a national treasure. Hey, Mafik, welcome in. I'll be honest with you, I forget that Pearl Harbor movie happened. The one with Cuba. Didn't it have Ben Affleck in it too? I feel like I just went a period of at least 5 years in which I forgot that that movie existed right up until you mentioned it, and now it's coming back to me. Well, that's the thing, Kursala. The premise is solid enough, because the premise is just Fern Gully and or Dances with Wolves and or Pocahontas. It's the same damn story. So it's hard to fault the story. It's a perfectly good story. But there's nothing new. There's nothing fresh about it. There isn't even like a fresh perspective on it. It was I would argue that the Pocahontas cartoon was better done than Avatar's story was. That, and I think it's really, really weird the lengths that James Cameron went to make the aliens fuckable. And he absolutely did, and with intent. He gave them, like, the big cat eyes and everything, like... It would have been a very different movie if those aliens had looked like anything other than weeb fantasy, like, body pillows. But, you know, as long as you want to bang the aliens, I guess it's okay then, right? Chris Evans and Scott Pilgrim. Chris Evans is one of the only things I remember about Scott Pilgrim. That's not true. That's not true, and that's not fair. I also remember Brandon Ruth. None of that's fair. I remember quite a lot about Scott Pilgrim. That movie was entertaining. I didn't lose my mind over it like some people did, and I never read the comic book or the graphic novel or whatever, but it was a fun movie. Avatar was horribly written, Grim Nation, I agree. And thank you so much for getting that shout out. Grim Nation, how you doing, man? Six hours straight of nonstop Ryan Reynolds. Free Guy, The Adam Project, and Red Notice back to back. I haven't seen any of those. I like Ryan Reynolds, and I haven't seen any of those. Have you ever seen The Nines with Ryan Reynolds? That's a little weird, because it's like a drama that he's in. Kind of a surrealist drama, for that matter. But I liked it. I liked The Nines. Yeah, unobtainium. That's the thing, is that the whole script was so lazy. The special effects were so over the top, and the script was lazy. The Colonel Kills-A-Lot guy had no character whatsoever. They didn't give him a background to explain, or to make him more nuanced. Like, why does he want to kill all the cat people? He just does, because he's a dick. Like, that's not really very compelling. It's fine for like a Saturday morning cartoon, but you're telling me that this is supposed to be the next major thing in entertainment, and... Cameron is just a man who made a lot of money on a couple of really, really interesting projects and drank his own Kool-Aid. He huffed too many of his own farts right from the source, unfortunately. And now he's completely lost to all sense and perspective, and will be until the day that he dies, because he made all the money and he doesn't have to listen to anyone anymore. So, you know, here we are. Avatar 2 is Duke Nukem Forever, but without the hype. Oh, that just made me sad. That just made me so sad. Duke Nukem Forever. Oh, it was so bad when it did come out. I grew up on Duke Nukem 3D. Duke Nukem 1 and 2 were a little bit before my time. I did play them, but it's because I went back to find them and play them. But those were like old MS-DOS games. Duke Nukem 3D was my bread and butter as a young man. That's my first taste of multiplayer gaming. There was a place called Invasion Gaming Network that was an internet cafe in the back of a computer repair shop in my hometown. The only computer repair shop in my hometown. We'd go back there and we'd buy time on the computers and we would deathmatch Duke 3D for hours. Man, those were the days. Alright, There's the southern guys, all deglazed, as twere. Let's give one more quick pass to our northerners, make sure we didn't miss anything, and then I'm going to start slapping some paint on here. Just looking for any big globs of paint that are going to be a problem. But I don't seem to have too much of an issue with that. Or any missed spots that are really standing out. A little bit here. Oh, it's looking pretty good. A little bit here. A little bit in here. Get that. Right. 1, 2. Here's number 3. Paint slapping. How you doing, Dwegom? Star Citizen is the new Duke Nukem Forever. Star Citizen is something else entirely, and I'm not even sure what it is. What in the world is this? A Southern Jaeger on my Terra Nova? Peace River forever! I assume that's what the people from Peace River sound like. Get them damn Southern gears on out of here. These Badlands belong to me and mine. Money grift. Yeah. Star Citizen. I don't want to say that Star Citizen is a scam. I don't think that it started as a scam, but I think it may finish as a scam. I think that Star Citizen is a towering monument to hubris and overambition. That's what I think Star Citizen ultimately is. I think that it was made with the best of intentions, or rather not made. It was imagined with the best of intentions, and making it turned out to be something very, very different. Like a reverse No Man's Sky, yeah. No Man's Sky is actually pretty good now. It got, it had problems. But you know, we're forced to re-examine things that we didn't like before, or that we felt we were cheated on before, when we encounter new, more terrible things. We're forced to look at No Man's Sky and go, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Have you guys seen the latest blog post out of George R.R. Martin, by the way? I don't know if anybody here follows. I don't follow George Martin on social media, but I'll pop in whenever he says something big or controversial, or anytime he mentions the Winds of Winter, I'll pop in like, what's he got to say about it? Because, you know, I would still like to read that book at some point if it ever exists. I don't think it will. A Dream of Spring is certainly never going to happen. I'm going to throw away my spongies here. Oh, he's straight up vocally bitching that fans expect him to finish the Winds of Winter now. His latest blog post was to the effect of, I'm tired of people asking me about the Winds of Winter. You need to understand, and I'm paraphrasing, but not much. You need to understand that I've got a lot of other projects on my plate, like the Dunk and Egg novels, like the Fire and Blood Volume 2. He mentions he's working on a new coffee table book. And he claims that he takes all of these things very seriously. It's not just the writing that you're so concerned with that he takes seriously. It's the production, you know? It's the world building. It's all the things that he's called on to do. Never mind the fact that he's been working on that book for 11 years, and 6 years ago he said that if he didn't have it out in 5 years, we should chain him to his desk. Never mind that. Fucking jackass. George Martin's such a shit. Alright, let's get started with a little bit of yellow ochre here. Slap some color down on these bases is what I'm thinking. Grab one of my kind of sloppy filbert brushes. And let's go ahead and mix. Ooh, okay. There's a lot of pigment in that. I didn't realize there was. Let's see how that mixes. Does that affect it too much? Okay, there's not a lot of pigment. It makes it a little greenish, but that's okay. That's no big deal. Just leaning that down a bit. Gave up following him a long time ago. It was always about the Giants, cons. Yeah, it's the same bullshit. That man is going to... You know, the thing is, I wouldn't even be as irritated with George Martin if he would just admit what's going on. It's painfully obvious. Look, I'll write the blog post for you, George, okay? You ready? I'll do it. You know, guys, I really wanted to finish this series so much, but so many things have happened since those days. The show, the fandom, all these other projects that are just honestly more exciting to me at this point. Watching the show get such a bad ending and the fan reaction to it has really soured me on writing that particular linear story at this point. It's just not something I'm going to be able to do. So I'm going to take my notes, I'm going to hand them off to a ghostwriter, I'm going to work hand in hand with them, and they're going to finish the story. I will continue to work on numerous projects associated with A Song of Ice and Fire, but it is vitally important to me that you who have made me famous, who have made me rich, get an ending to the story that drew you in the first place. Whether it be finished by me or someone else. Thank you. Thank you for your years of support and patronage, and I look forward to many more exciting projects to bring us together as the years go by. Whoo bam! Post that! We're done. Everybody would forgive you. No, that's not what he's about. We already gave him all the money in the world, and now he has no incentive to do anything but fuck us over, unfortunately. Yeah, he'd have to care to write. He'd have to care about something other than his own bloated, stupid ego, which he clearly does not. Just the fact that he's continuing to, like, work on more HBO series and shit, like, okay, who honestly gives a fuck? Who gives even one tiny iota of a shit about spin-off series from the Game of Thrones TV show at this point? We are now years past the point when that show completely shat the bed and ruined all of the positive buzz that it ever had. And we're supposed to care about spin-offs? Fucking joking? It's just nonsense. All about Moon Knight now. Who cares about dragons? That's the other thing, is it's been like 10 years since he wrote the last book. I didn't even like the last book, and I'll be honest, at this point, I can't even remember what happened in it necessarily, like parts, bits, and pieces, but a lot of it's kind of lost to the sands of time. And generally when that happens with a book series that I really like, and then the next one comes out, I go back and I reread it and I get caught up. I'm not rereading that shit. That's just not gonna happen. You know what, I guess? If the music is not important to the content, then I just won't play the music, and that'll be fine. Yeah, Dr. Rhino. You're working on a competition piece for Adepticon. That's pretty exciting. You know, I've never, ever once in my life... Well, is that true? I think the statement I'm about to say is true when I say that I have never once in my life entered a painting competition. It's just never something I've really... I don't want to say it's never something I've cared about. That sounds so much like, I'm better than that. Oh, you stupid people with your painting competition. That's not the attitude. that I really have towards it. It's just not something that I ever considered, like... I don't know, I guess I never really wanted to, like, it... The few times I felt like it could be cool, I wasn't confident enough in my abilities to feel like it was even worth doing, if that makes sense. I look forward to seeing your work on it, though, Rhino. I may not be much of a competition painter, but I do get excited by reviewing the results of them. I gotta replace the fan on that printer. Oh, yeah, so fun story. One of the things I discovered over this last week is that my first Neptune 2, the one that is on the top shelf above the one you're seeing now is my second Neptune 2. You're not seeing it now, I realize. My camera's on it, but it's on the BRB screen. Here, I'll show you. I'll go to... There it is. It's up there. It's printing. How about that? Huzzah! That one is doing just fine. The other one seemed like it was doing just fine, but I've been working on this grid terrain that I was showing you earlier, and it wasn't quite matching up. Like, it was having these little issues. It took me forever to figure out what was going on. It's making prints that are... And here, I'll show you. I think you can actually see this. Alright, so we see this piece here with the grid and this little central circle. Now, as I spin this... Do you see how the circle is off-center? Do you see how it is going around in a circle, growing closer to each edge as it does? It's wobbling. You see that? That is the result of the Y-axis belt has pulled slightly forward in the machine and has worn part of its edge and frayed on the pulley wheel. So when it prints, as it goes up, it leans ever so slightly. And by ever so slightly, I mean you would probably never even notice this happening. It leans maybe 2-3 millimeters over the course of printing about 75 millimeters. And it just completely, like, that much lean on these pieces made everything not fit together well. It took me forever to figure out what was going on, but I had to throw away a bunch of pieces as a result. That was frustrating when I didn't know what was happening. It's not a problem on that. It's the same thing on... Here, I'll show you. I have one other piece that I printed on it before I stopped using that printer. I have a belt on the way to replace it, but you can see it here too. Do you see how this central platform, which is designed for models to stand on, is like 1.5 millimeters closer over here than it is over here? You see that? Maybe 2. Maybe as many as 2 millimeters. That's because this tank leans this way ever so slightly because of that pulling belt. That's some bullshit. Oh, Dweghom, you weren't here for when I was showing off the terrain. I'll do it again. I've been working on a terrain set. You can see some renders of it on my Instagram right now if you want, and I've got physicals in front of me. It is a 28mm sci-fi terrain set that is a series of shipping containers. But it is built on a construction grid. I need to work on a sales pitch for it that describes its features well. Because it has a lot of really, really cool gameplay-friendly features, but I need to communicate them better. It's a terrain building system, ultimately, that all has soft interlocks that make it really, really easy to build a usable and fairly competitive table very quickly and then take it apart just as quickly. All built on the aesthetic of like a freight and shipping yard. Yeah, but that took like 45 minutes, Data Nerd. But yeah, for the sake of like putting together a video or something, I think it's probably not a bad idea. Just need to refine what I feel the features are and articulate it a little bit more sensibly. Alright. Leave our bases alone for a little bit. Come back to these just a little bit more, because I didn't hit them as heavily as I wanted to. More of that yellow in there. Get some of that green out. Oh, yes, Dweghom. It could absolutely be used for Infinity. It's built on a 3-inch by 3-inch cube. The whole thing is built on a grid of 3-inch cubes. So it's actually really, really easy to use. It's very, very model-friendly. It's easy to build with. And it's easy to judge things like distances and heights with, because it's all standardized. And you can build a fairly complex table with ramps and walkways and overpasses and multiple levels, all very, very fast. And then take it apart and toss it into a bin and not worry about breaking it. Penis, land, warrior hitting that tier 3 for 22 months. Dude, thank you so... Like, really, man, I know I've thanked you. But I'm going to thank you again. Your support, man. It really means the world. This stream has gone remarkably well since the beginning, and you've been out here vocally supporting me since the start, man. So thank you so much, dude. I hope you're doing well. I guess I should do like a video pitch on it or something like that. Okay. Let me hit a little spot here I see I missed. No big deal. Alright, so how bright do we want to go then becomes the question. And I'm thinking I might do something wild, and I'm just going to leap right to Gambling Radiant Turquoise and start working this in and see how it does. Because I'm trying to keep these paint jobs simple, and I really don't want to use more than like 3 paints. I really don't. Grab myself a fresh filbert brush. And I think I do want to thin this ever so slightly. So let's get a touch of white spirits. Really not much. Not much at all. Shove this over into it and just lean it out ever so slightly. Let's use a cleaner brush. That one's got a little bit of schmutz in it. We make terrain for lazy people with high-quality expectations, that is. Haha! We want you to have tough, effective terrain pieces and give you the most bang for your buck and look good doing it. Guaranteed to increase the size of your genitalia by at least 3 orders of magnitude. Order now! That's more like what I'm thinking. I'm really, with that terrain set, I'm really just, I'm shooting for elegance. I'm shooting for elegance. Simplicity is the pinnacle of design.
Welcome,
more
everyone,
complicated doesn't make it better.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Alright, using as little paint as possible. Let's see what we can do here. Nocturnal, thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Hang on, let me see here. Asking for myself and Cybran, what's that Canadian BattleTech event you were talking about? I don't want to go shouting any names right now because I don't think it's official, because I think we're buying on for one of the sponsorship slots. But I will let you guys know in private. Once it's more official, I'll feel more comfortable saying, hey, we're doing this. That's not bad. For being a single quick application of paint, that's not bad at all. That's not surprising. Yeah, Bob Ross, the Bob Ross channel here on Twitch is just somebody just streaming Bob Ross's content. But it's a very popular channel. If you stream, or rather if you watch a lot of things in the art category, you get that recommended to you, just like by default. Or not even if you watch a lot of channels, but if you just watch a few channels and they happen to be primarily in the art category. Just happy little accidents. Yes, B-Proxy, we are painting in oils tonight. Currently I'm using Gamblin' Radiant Turquoise. I'm being real sloppy with a filbert brush. For kind of a security blue, this is actually working really well.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy.
Go to the next one.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
You know, it's true. It is okay to be sloppy. And it was Greg the Salt Miner, who has been very busy lately and hasn't really been hanging out in the stream, but he's a good friend of mine. And it was him who first told me, as I was showing him paint jobs I had done the previous week, he just told me to relax and paint sloppy. He said, stop focusing so much on every little detail. Stop fretting over every little thing and being upset when it doesn't come out just the way you want it. Just paint sloppy. Just slap some paint on there. Use the broadest concepts and the broadest brushes you can, and then if you want to detail it after that, you can go ahead and do it, but I think you're going to be happier if you ease up on yourself a bit more. And you know what? I am. And oil paints have allowed me to paint even sloppier than that. I do some of my best work when I'm just being sloppy. And yes, Nocturnal. These are Heavy Gear Blitz from DreamPod 9. We do a lot of BattleTech here. In fact, I need to come back and finish the cockpit that I was doing on this here Battlemaster. We've been working on. I got some cadmium red. I want to redo his cockpit, but I'm overall pretty happy with how his paint scheme came out. Are we committing to our Halloween plan? Yes. Like, I'm totally on board. I very much look forward to it, as a matter of fact. There we go. Alright, let's do the next guy. Oh wait, I missed a spot. I want to get the top of his shoulder pretty good. Go. Ooh, more from Roland. I'm excited. Have I finished the Aurora yet? The Borealis? Is that what we're talking about? Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Oh, in that case, no. It's still sitting on my shelf, mostly painted. You know, I should attack that with some oils to finish it up, because honestly, I could do a lot of really cool weathering and detailing with this. It's mostly done. But of course, you know, there's a big difference between mostly done and all done. A lot of Star Wars, BattleTech, 40K, Age of Sigmar, all the hits, all the big ones, all the favorites. Fuck yeah, man, that's awesome. We've done a little bit of Star Wars around here. We're going to be doing a giveaway, and actually I need to finish it because we're kind of coming up on it. For 2,000 followers, we're going to be doing a giveaway of some of my oil-painted Vaders that I've done. I've got 2 Vaders I'm going to be giving away, this being one of them. Which I'm really quite happy with how this guy came out. But I need to make some changes to his lightsaber. The golden angle is not quite what I want it to be. Well, thank you for saying so, Nocturnal. Go through the drop bays, look for loose parts, see how many mechs you can build from the excess salvage. Top of his shoulders a little bit here. And, I mean, for the record, again, what we're doing here is basically just a dry brush with oil. It's very, very simple. But simple is what we are keeping it. Not letting ourselves overcomplicate our paint jobs. I have a bad habit of doing that, and it is really something that I'm trying to fight against. I overthink and overcomplicate what could be very, very simple, and then I want to spend like all the time in the world on every single model that I paint, and it's just not viable. And then I watch people like Dr. Rhino paint, and he's just flying through it, making quick, smart choices without hemming and hawing too much over it, and I just admire the shit out of it. I just admire the shit out of his natural artistic talent. Or watching like Commander Mittens or Drax paint, and I'm just like, man, I gotta get my shit together. Well, he is a doctor, after all. How you doing, my here, panda? I don't know if that's how that's pronounced. That's just what it is in my head. Again, I gotta remember this guy is balanced on 1 foot, so I want to go nice and easy on him here. I need a touch more. Just to push some of those bright spots there. All right. Let's try something a little fresh now. I have not ever used metallic oil paints, but I've got some and we're gonna try it out here. My Gamblin Silver, which I'm using as kind of a base because it's the only metallic paint I could find that had aluminum. Wow! that was pressurized. That could have been way worse than it was. That just came right out. Whee! I probably should have opened this beforehand. I'm gonna squeeze a little bit out here and relieve some of this pressure. I'm losing a little bit of paint, but I don't want it doing that next time I open it. Okay, there we go. We're through. The bubble has passed. Have some paint, sir. Oh, thank you so much. So considerate. Let's bundle this up and wipe a little bit of it out of the cap here. Holy moly. You did mention that, to be fair. I saw it coming out and I was just like, oh no! And then thankfully it was viscous enough that it didn't fall. It just stayed in one long strand, which is really just lucky for me. Could have been way worse. Well, it's just that kind of using it as a metal base is what I'm thinking, Dwegham, because there aren't many metallic oil paints that I've found that use metal in their pigments. It's mostly what they call iridescent paints, which have tinted mica as their pigment. But that really just, like it says, it really just makes it iridescent and not really metallic. But I think using the silver base, the aluminum base, and then working iridescence on top of that is probably a good way to do metallics and oils. I don't rightly know. We're kind of making it up as we go here. But I know that the iridescents are very, very transparent. So they wouldn't necessarily look metal if they just went on top of standard colors. But over something with aluminum in it, I'm hoping that it does look more metallic. I got plenty of it on the palette now. Let's add a little solvent to some of it and see what we can do. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm thinking about trying, Grim Nation, is just laying down some acrylic silver and then doing oil on top of it, but I want to try all oil at first. I want to have a comparison, you know? I kind of just want to try a little bit of everything. That's just how I operate. Ooh, it does have a nice consistency to it, and it is very shiny. Mixed up. Alright. Wipe most of it off with this brush here. Yes, Rainy River Designs is all acrylic. There aren't really any... I don't say any. There aren't many hobby, like miniature painting hobby specific oil paint producers at this point. It hasn't quite gotten the treatment that acrylic paints have. There is no Reaper of the oil painting world, you know? Alright, well, let's take off most of this and see what it does, shall we? Definitely. It is definitely reading as metallic. Damn. Pretty powerfully so, for that matter. Actually, Tech Attacks, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. This is a really nice, fairly opaque metallic, for that matter. Even thinned down, damn. Less paint than this. That aluminum pigment is not kidding. I'm using almost none of this paint, and it's laying down a more solid metallic layer than I will generally get out of almost any acrylic, including some of my favorite acrylic metallics like Reaper, or rather Vallejo air metals. It's usually my go-to. You definitely want it to go on thin. Let's see how this could probably build up a texture. Must absorb painting skills proxy. I have a mighty need to eventually buy and paint some mecha. I am perfectly happy to share any of my knowledge that you might need, Tech Attacks. We've got a lot of very talented painters and artists around here I'm sure you could learn from as well. And if I may recommend joining the Discord, that's where you're really going to get a lot of good information, Tech Attacks. Which I've updated all my Discord links. How about that? Every single one should now take you to the correct place. Yeah, this stuff is really, really good to Square. I'm kind of shocked at how easily it goes down and how thorough it is. I think it probably wants, like, an oil wash over top of it after the fact, but I have no problem with that at all. I'm going to hit the cylinders on the engine on his back too while I'm at it. This is Gamblin' Silver, by the way, if anybody's curious about this oil paint that I'm applying. I have got to replace the end fan on Madame. So I will say, I really like the Neptune 2. I recently have gotten to a point where I have to replace the cooling fan on my Neptune 2, and I will say the one thing I've found so far that I really don't like about it is that the cooling fan on the hot end of the Neptune 2 is hot glued into the cowling. It's not screwed in. I didn't know that. It's a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to dig out the hot glue and just, I guess, glue another one in, which is stupid. That or print myself a total replacement for the fan cowling. Look at that. That's remarkably effective, isn't it? Alright, let's do another one. And I really like I did the warm base on the weapon, and I'm doing the silver over top of that, and very little of it. That's surprisingly effective, too. It just leaves the whole thing with a little bit of kind of like a warm, greasy, oily look. It is unreasonably idiotic. And also, Roland, you can blame the starter book for these initial builds, because I literally built these mechs the way they recommend you build your initial starter force of 4 gears. I don't know enough about the weapon stats to say what's good or what's worthwhile, so I just built what they told me to. Take it up with DreamPod 9. Damn, I'm actually really liking this. Do it. Fucking speed dial him up and be like, this streamer says you told him to put a shotgun on a hunter. See what he says. Like, this gun, this autocannon actually looks really good with just what I've done to it. And this was stupid simple. There are way more things that I could do with this, but if you were just speed painting, like, fuck, man, that's dunzo. Seems smoother than my Citadel Air Metallics and Turbo Dork. Yes. I've struggled with a lot of metallic paints over the years. This is the smoothest and easiest and most opaque I have ever had a metallic go down in the entire time that I have been painting minis. Like, bear in mind, I have almost no paint on my brush as I'm doing this. I've wiped most of it off. And I'm not doing anything more complicated than what amounts to a light dry brush. I think that a smarter man could do a lot more with this, but I'm really just kind of experimenting and loving how it's going. It's not straight out of the tube. I have thinned it. I've added a little bit of White Spirit solvent. So I'm using it. This is it thinned down. I think I'm going to be using this a lot more. You know, a couple weeks ago we had a little experiment trying new things with oil paints that went horribly and we learned what not to do. I think we've had the opposite experience and we've learned something to do. I'm very excited about it. Easier than painting miniatures. Ooh, yeah, aka do not melt the melty plastic. Yeah, don't, well, in fairness, it wasn't melting the plastic, it was melting the primer. But, you know, point taken. I haven't done true metallic metals in a while. We've been doing non-metallics for so long, but this is like... This is the happiest I've ever been with applying true metallics. The methodology can certainly be refined some. Let's do another one. What color are you going to do the rockets? I'm thinking red for my northerners. And maybe green for my southerners? I'm not totally decided. It'll be a good opportunity to test out my cadmium red. But okay, let's just, you know, for comparison's sake, this weapon has only been glazed with Van Dyke brown and a little bit of ivory black, and now I've got... And look how little I've got on my brush right here. Like, I'm doing it here, barely any is coming off, right? And I'm just gonna kind of... just real gently just drag this over details. And I mean, shit, that's pretty nice. It's subtle and effective. This is a better and easier job than I could do dry brushing acrylic metallics. Because I'm going for kind of a, a military equipment, greasy metal look without complicating things too much. And that works pretty damn well. Look at that. Question is, how well does it mix with other colors? So we're going to try that, Dweghom. Now, it's my understanding that as long as you were to mix it with something that had a fairly transparent pigment in the first place, like a Payne's Gray or probably not dioxazine purple. That's fairly opaque, but something that's pretty transparent, and you did a small amount of it. Or alternatively, what you could do is apply this metallic, wait for it to set a little bit, and then thin another color out and wash it over top. Another oil. It would just be like oil washing, anything. But we've also got, and I do want to try here at some point, we've got these other iridescent colors. Like here, I've got an iridescent white. Let's try a little bit of iridescent white. Why don't we? Let's see if this is going to explode too. A little bit, not as much as the other. Let me relieve some of the pressure here. I'm going to lose some paint, but I think it's worth it to not have this thing be quite so under pressure. Why did I do it there instead of on my palette? Well, because I'm stupid, that's why. Alright, but we're going to take a little bit of our iridescent white. Just kind of scoop it off of this paper towel where it doesn't belong. And splorp it on over here. Now these iridescent paints are very, very, very transparent. Very, very, very transparent. They're just like mica flakes suspended in linseed oil. But I think if I give it a dab of thinner, and really just a drop, because the pigment in this is, I believe, titanium oxide coated mica flakes. Let's try using it as a highlight on our metallic. Let's grab this guy we've already done, and let's just pick out a couple of high points with this. Oh yeah, see? It's like a high silver by comparison. I'm barely putting any on, which is why you're not seeing too much change. It's a very subtle change. But it blends really, really nicely. And the iridescence just sort of works right on over top of the metallic. It's very subtle, Dweghom. I can see how you probably wouldn't be seeing much of a difference in the camera. I can see it in person, though. I think if you did a wash or did your metallic a little darker, it would stand out more. It definitely shows up to me as just a very, very fine high silver highlight. But what this is telling me is that I should go darker with the metallic in the first place and then use the iridescent white. As I said, it's very subtle. It's going to take some practice, though. With the final photo of Android Lady in the storm report, or a whip of the competition piece? Android Lady. Wait. No. Yeah. I have a hard time choosing. I haven't seen the competition piece. I've only seen the Android Lady. I mean, I've seen the competition piece. I haven't seen it with paint on it, to be fair. Knives in the magazine on the giant mecha kill me. Now, in fairness to Egham, these are not very giant mechs. These are in 10 millimeter scale. 10, 12 millimeter? And what that means is a human being sits inside the chest, and your head is actually inside the head of the mech. A person would stand up to about mid-thigh or almost to the pelvis if they were standing next to one of these gears. A person on the ground could, in theory, actually, like, brace one of these autocannons against a rock and pull the trigger and fire it successfully. You wouldn't brace it against yourself, because that would kill you, but against a rock, you'd probably be okay. Yeah, we're going to want to experiment some more with this, but so far, this is really a very successful experiment, and I'm quite happy with how this has turned out. Using this iridescent white, I feel like maybe you can see it a little bit more here because this rifle was so much darker, but it is definitely a subtle effect. Yeah, they run on internal combustion engines, don't they? Alright, let's keep going with the base metallic. And I'll bet if I took some, because ivory black is fairly transparent, and I'll bet if I mixed a little bit of ivory black in with the metallic, I could get a nice gunmetal effect. I'll bet. I'm going to do it right now, but I'm going to test it out. That makes sense, so that it's not mixing so much as just laying over the top. And iridescent and interference are the same thing, aren't they, Grim Nation? Dwegham, good luck with that, man. Seriously, all the best of luck with your interview. You have a great night. From what I gathered, iridescent and interference are just two phrases for essentially the same thing. Oh, just you starting? Oh, fantastic then. In that case, you don't need luck. You got it. In that case, I shift my luck from being good luck with an interview to just good luck starting the job, and I hope everything goes fucking great, man. Interference paints are typically colored iridescent paint, but not all iridescent paint are interference paints. Okay. Okay. They seemed very similar when I was looking at them. Most of the interference paints I found were based on the same tinted mica flake pigment. And the interference in it relating to the fact that the mica flakes interfere with light refraction in the same way that the iridescent paints do. But I didn't look much more deeply than that. I think I ordered an interference blue just to try it out. And mostly just because Wapple won't shut up about his interference paints. He's always talking about how amazing they are. I was like, I'll give one a try. That Wapple. That Wapple. Noah's Army. Go knock yourself out, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my god, that cooling fan on my printer is going to drive me crazy. I have to replace that. Oh, I'll do that tonight. I'll do that tonight. Now, Wapple swears by the interference paints over metallic, so we're gonna give that a try when I get it in. Alright, now the base has had a chance to relax. With a little bit of Naples yellow. I'm just going to take it right out of the tube. Say relax, I really mean phrases like cure. It's had a chance to cure a little bit. Or set, if you will. Probably introduce a few more colors to the base before we call it anything close to done, but again, just keeping things simple. As long as you can't hear it, then it's fine. I mean, it does need fixing, but it doesn't need fixing immediately in that case. Which is good, because I got plenty of shit that does need doing. It is annoying for me, though. And irritating that this is the fucking stock fan and it took less than 10 prints for it to start making noise. Really lame, Elegoo. Really lame. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing today, man? Hope this fine Sunday is treating you well. You know, outside of being dangerously close to returning to the work week, that is. I am not applying the right thickness here, and it is showing. But that's okay. So I think mixing some whites and a few other, maybe some reds in here, will eventually get it where I want it to be. It's all I can hear now. Well, as long as it's just annoying you, Grim Nation, then it's fine. How about that? You and I, we can be in our own little private hell together. Finished my group's first session of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Haven't run that game since high school. A week and a half long vacation, so I don't have to return to work anytime soon. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll bet you're having a great Sunday. And I'm glad to hear it. Phone's battery was dying. Oh man, watch it on your phone? That's killer. Alright, I'm going to use some of my giant tube of Gamblin' Radiant White here. And I mean, really, I want to put very little out. Honestly, guys, I would have settled for a much smaller tube. Very little on the brush, ideally. It's really thick. I think I can stand to tone it down a little bit. I already got my blue in there because I'm being sloppy. Oh well, doesn't matter. There we go. Just wanted to get it to like a gel consistency. Would have been better if I hadn't come home to a failed print, but that's my fault for not checking the resin level. Oh, that's always embarrassing. When you get home and you're like, oh, the print's all fucked up. What went wrong? And you look and there's just no resin. The poor printer did everything it could. It did everything it could with what you gave it. And it just wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. It's so sad. A noble effort regardless, huh? top of our missile launcher pretty good. Top of the head, tops of the shoulders. Just lighten that up. Half of the mech that did print out looks good. Well, you know, that bodes well for the file at the very least. Yeah, I've had that happen a number of times, though. It's just... You eyeball the resin level, or you just forget to check it. And yeah, you come back and the vat's empty, and it failed somewhere along the line. There's just something hanging there. Alas. Such is life. I mean, you know, the good news in that case is it's much worse when you come back to a failed print and you don't know why it failed. Then begins the troubleshooting process, which is just a misery, you know? I hate the troubleshooting process in 3D printers. It's so necessary. It's a skill that you just have to develop, but going over each little part looking for the stupid little thing that failed is just mind-numbing. There's a comparison of the before the Radiant White. It's just a simple little quick highlight. I put way too much of all my paints on my palette tonight. I'm deeply ashamed of myself. By deeply, I mean really just kind of on the surface, and I'll get over it pretty fast. Yeah, I'm really very happy with how this is turning out as far as these being quick tabletop ready paint jobs for heavy gear. This is how I'm just going to do all these forces. I'll probably mix in a few other little colors once all this paint has set. Just in a few small spots, throw in like some, like, you know, the missiles will get probably a red. Add those little bits of visual interest. The eye lenses will be another good opportunity for that. Just a little splash of color to create a nice focal point on the model. But as far as being, like, zero effort painting goes, yeah, I'm okay with this. Decals, not a bad idea. I do have a good number of them that I could make use of, Roland. Nope, that's too thick. But yeah, just little splashes of color to break up the fact that they're basically monochrome. Need some Free Worlds League decals myself. I made a bunch on my own, just on a laser printer at home. They're okay. I will say that Death Ray Designs has been talking about getting their own decal printer, which I heartily encourage them to do, because right now we're all super dependent on, what is it, Fighting Piranha Graphics? And that's like, as far as I can tell, it's like one guy in a shed who happens to own a printer, and you have to order from him by sending him direct emails to his personal email address. And it's fucking crazy. Like, it's batshit nuts. It's like ordering something in 1995. And yet, weirdly, he seems to be the only person on Earth who owns a decal machine who makes things for stuff like BattleTech. And I understand that, I say stuff like BattleTech, obviously you need the license to make their officially licensed things, but like there's almost nobody else who even makes like caution stripes or warning stickers or anything that would be good for tabletop gaming. We could use some competition in that particular marketplace. Hopefully Death Ray Designs is going to be it. They are, Roland, but that's honestly part of the problem, because it keeps him so tied up in making things in bulk that it's not like you can order from him individually or for small projects anymore. Half the time I send him, because I've contacted Fighting Piranha a number of times to get some runs of specific decals made, and half the time he's so busy filling bulk orders from Ares or Fortress that it's like, go fuck yourself. And that's not great. I'm glad that he's doing business. I'm glad that he's providing them with that stuff, but it doesn't help me all that much. And he's been operating for so long, like, the business must just not pull in that much money. It seems like it's just a hobby for him. Because he's never once upgraded his, like, online point of sale. He hasn't upgraded his printing capacity. I'll be the first to admit, I don't fully understand the nature of the business for him. Like, if it's just him operating it, or what machine he runs, or how expensive it is. Like, I don't understand those things. So I won't sit here and armchair how he should run his business, but he hasn't expanded. Demand clearly has. And we just need any alternatives at all. It's not even like we need someone to take down the big dog. We need literally any alternative to Fighting Piranha Graphics. For whatever reason, he's like the only dude making them. Which is weird. It's weird. And I guess you need I guess this is probably part of the answer. I guess you need a really specialized machine to make decals as nice as he does, though. I've used decals from a lot of sources, and there's just nothing quite like something coming out of a dedicated printer. Yeah, you need a printer that can print white. Yeah, that is the big one. Because when I was doing mine at home, I wound up printing a lot on white decal paper. But you can do that to get the white, because most printers won't print white. You might have noticed this if you have a printer. They don't print white because paper's white. It doesn't really make any sense. Why would you need white ink? Unless it's for a very specialized purpose. So if you want to do white in a decal, you end up having to use white decal paper, which means you also then have to cut them out very precisely. It's a huge pain in the ass. I hated doing it. I won't do it again. I would sooner freehand than go through that process again. That can work, yeah, Automat. It can. It's still never quite as nice as just having a properly made decal that's printed in white, you know? It's just not quite the same. And taking out that extra bit of work is very valuable. Yes, thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much. Huh, this actually worked out pretty well. As far as being a nice, simple paint scheme, I'm digging this. Easy to do. I neglected to do the silver on his backpack and knife and stuff, but I can come back to that. Oh, hold on, let me ease this spot out a bit. There we go. Grab the corner of his chest. There. You know, Shock, I've put a lot of thought over the years into how you can sort of bridge the gap between the two. But I find that thematic scenarios, by their very nature, almost can't be balanced. Because, you know, like, real battles aren't balanced. That's not cinematic, that's not interesting. Two equally matched forces who have checked their points values face off across a featureless field. There are only two buildings and they're positioned equidistant from opposing corners. There's literally nothing going on that could possibly unbalance this in the favor of either foe. Like, that doesn't exactly fire me up. It's more interesting to root for an underdog. Or, you know, asymmetric balance is really what you're going for. Because even in a thematic scenario, you do want some balance, but it has to be an asymmetric sort of balance, otherwise it's not going to work. Works for clan duels? Nothing works for clan duels. Clan duels don't work. What are you talking about? Come on, Arcgrave. Yeah, there you go, Techie Tax. It's just that they're gray, with gray highlights and gray shading. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Over a year, hitting that 13 months Journeyman Paint Hour. Thank you so much for your resub, my friend. Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, I think I'm gonna let everything on these guys set, and then do one more pass on the base, maybe a wash on the weapons, and touch up the colors on the lens and missiles. And honestly, I'm ready to call these guys fucking done. For a tabletop scheme, I think touching up green lens and red missiles just to add that little bit of visual interest, and then a couple more quick dry brushes on our base here, and I'm happy with this. I should show one of the guys that I actually did the right metallics on instead of that guy who I missed a little bit. I'll have to come back and fix. Considering how many of these gears I have to paint, yeah, I'm happy with this. How much time have we got? We got about 20 minutes? We got a lot of work done. I can do a little bit more. Specifically, I'm going to use some of my quinacridone magenta that I haven't had the opportunity to use yet. I want this to be the base tone for my southern gears here. Which, of course, I have very foolishly squandered a lot of the space that I have available on my palette. But I still have a little bit of space. Made a bit of a mess. That's okay. Scoop a little bit of this up. And just mash it into our solvent here and try not to mix it with anything around it. Oh, such an inefficient use of space. Just mashing it now. Gets a little messy on the edges, I'm not too concerned. Yeah, the one-tone gray camo. That's a classic right there.
You're not unpainted, they're gray with gray. Dirty, 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 dirty.
All I can warn you of is that if you try that on most grogs, they're just going to give you that withering look that says, yeah, I've heard this one before. Oh my. Oh my. That is gorgeous. That color is hot. Holy mother of monkeys. Sweet swirling onion rings. I was a little concerned with how it would go down over the Van Dyke Brown, but that is not bad at all. Oh my god, I am in love. My other magenta was nowhere near this rich. Dark chocolate raspberry cream. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. I think these guys are going to look, and obviously this hasn't been highlighted at all, but see, this is my red versus blue scheme. I think they're going to look good fighting each other. Did you get a real magenta? Yeah, I got some quabity quimnash necromadine magenta. Cadmium red over it is magic. Well, we'll have to try that because I've got I got myself an actual cadmium red to use at long last. Eat the plastic. Wait, what? No. You can't make me. Hey, POV. Coming in hot, hitting that 12 months. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for the support. How are you doing today, POV? I hope the answer is quite well, thank you. Actually really liking how the magenta goes in over the Van Dyke. It's gonna leave some good shadows, I think. Big 4-hour game of Battletech at the LGS today. Ooh. How did that go? I ain't licking my brushes. I ain't touching the plastic to my tongue. I'm working with cadmium over here, for God's sake. Admittedly, not any cadmium right now, but I will be. Excuse me. This magenta is stupid. I feel embarrassed for using that other one. I don't even know. What's the pigment in this one? PR 122 PB 15. And this is just PR 122. I think a lot more of it. What's the PB 15? I wonder. Cadmium lemon tastes like lemon and dying. My paints taste like death. Just as a necessary disclaimer, folks, if you're doing oil paint, seriously, don't lick your brushes, don't taste your paint. Oil paints have potentially very, very toxic pigments in them. PB15 is phthalo blue. It's interesting how the addition of the phthalo blue kind of dulls this out a lot. Well, yeah, it's a square. I don't think we're talking pure elemental symbols, though. More of a student versus artist line thing. Yeah, it's, you know, I would imagine also the concentration of the pigment is very different, because this is more vivid than anything I was working with before. Now, Seagrim Nation, I could go to a cadmium red, but my thought here is I want to just jump to my Gamblin' Radiant Magenta and see what it does over this. Because again, I'm trying to keep these paint schemes pretty simple. What's up, Trotsky? How you doing, man? Good to see you. And things are going quite well, thank you for asking. Or, you know, what is up is that things are going quite well, which is what you asked. There we go. That is what is up. We're just oil painting ourselves some heavy gears. Light gears, really, but, you know, the name of the game is Heavy Gears, so... Well, we'll try it then, Grim Nation. I might as well. I've got a genuine cadmium red, so Now, the Gamblin' Radiant Red is not cadmium-based, is it? It is... PR149 PW6 is what it says. I don't think it uses cadmium for its red, though. Because they're all cooler colors, aren't they? All the Radiants? Okay, yeah, Napthal Red. Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was. I just knew it wasn't that one. Vergaderung, woo! Vergaderung is, in fact, here, and has been here, for 26 months. Oh my god. Vergaderung, thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you for being here, dude. I hope you're having a good day. We're having a pretty good one. We've done 4 northern mechs, or gears like this, and now we're working on some southern ones. Been trying out some true metallic metals in oil today, and having a fucking great time with it. It's actually gone really, really well. Now, I've also had good luck highlighting magenta with yellows. But, in fairness, that was a cadmium yellow, so I guess a cadmium red should have an interesting effect, too. PR149 and PW6. Yeah, it would be the titanium. All of the Radiants have titanium in them. Okay, Paraline in titanium. Yeah, I know that the entire Radiant line is fundamentally cool. Temperature-wise. It's one of the selling points of it, as far as I understand it. Oh, what is the counterpart to the Radiant Red, then? I guess the magenta is cool and the red is warm. Again, I have only used the Radiants a few times, and I'm only just now becoming familiar with what the different pigments do, so I'm fascinated to learn. Alright. We got these 4 guys with their magenta bases down. Let's try a little cadmium red. Let's try it just a touch. We have just a minute here until the stream comes to its natural conclusion. I want to try just a touch of cadmium red over this magenta, and then we're going to take a short break. Quick bio break, stretch my legs, grab something more to drink, and then we're going to be rolling right into the storm report. Damn, that cadmium red. Holy shit. I don't know if that's coming across on the palette camera, but they're really... There are a couple of the hue colors for the student line that are close enough, I don't mind, but... there really seems to be no replacement for cadmium red. I knew the lemon was cool, which is, it has me curious to try it out. I'm just going to try some of this right out of the tube, because I'm going to have a chance to let most of this cure before I come back to it anyway. So let's just load some of this up. Let's see what it does. Ooh, man. That is potent. Look at that! I am barely fucking touching this model right now. I am just, like, I'm really, like, feather-light touches. But look at... Oh my god! That is so vibrant. Oh, man. Okay. I just found a combination I'm going to use on a bunch of things. Ferrari red indeed. Look at that. That is nuts. Yeah, this is a fucking game changer for my reds, if I'm being honest. This is... I've been trying other combinations of red to get this richness, and I just haven't gotten it. This is stupid. It really is just about using the right pigments, isn't it? I think if on top of this, as a final highlight, I came in with some of the radiant red to keep moving it warm, just to pick out some of the edges, I think that's going to look really good. And yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. Using the magenta and then the red, my shadows are cool, which sets the red off that much more. This is... Oh! Ooh! Ooh, I barely had to touch this to the model to see how effective it was. Okay, like, let's just do a quick comparison. So this is Van Dyke Brown up to Quinadachrome Magenta. And then all I've done with the one on the right is just gently touch it with cadmium red. Like, this is stupid. This is zero effort red. But look at the difference there. Holy moly. I'm a little stunned. Oh, this is exciting stuff. This is exciting stuff. We're gonna need to break for now. These are gonna be my reds versus blues. These guys are going to look pretty badass fighting. Might do my blue a little bit differently if I were to do it again, but I think that this is fine for a high contrast jobber. I haven't done the metallics on the southern gears yet either. Alright folks, give me just a minute. I am going to take a short bio break, stretch my legs, and when I come back we will go ahead and launch right into the Storm Report, see what you folks have been sharing with us for the last week or so. Exactly, Ren. Exactly. I think these people are just making up times. Oh, you fucking campy bitch. It's a legitimate strategy. Tell my girlfriend I love her. She's my girlfriend now, bitch. Oh, those were the days, weren't they? This has been an informative and exciting session of oil painting for me. I think we're going to continue this session on Tuesday and finish these 8 models off. I think that's what we're going to do. This magenta to cadmium red combination is exciting and has filled me with the visions of its potential. It is also informing me, and I guess I knew this academically before, but in a much more real way, I need to find out some more of these particular pigment combinations to get these vibrant colors, because that was, like, this red is... This is zero effort red. I did almost nothing to get this red, and it is just like, holy shit red. I mean, in person, like, I'm looking at it on the camera, and I'm looking in person, it is more than you can see in person. This is really, really nice. And I'm excited to finish these paint jobs. Yeah, that's right. We had daylight savings. We rolled forward an hour. I need to come up with a good glowing green recipe in oils for these crystals. If you have any thoughts on that, Grim Nation Hobbies, I would be very open to suggestions. The base under the magenta squeezle was Van Dyke Brown. It was just Van Dyke Brown and a touch of Ivory Black is all that was. That was just my basic glaze. You could probably do something like Asphaltum instead. But that was just the glaze. You could also do like Mars Black and get away with it pretty well. I'm just looking for a good recipe for doing these crystals in kind of a glowing green is what I want to do. Not like a huge glow, just a little bit of a glow, like an internal glow. Or maybe glowing from beneath the point where they've broken through the earth. Something vibrant and interesting, a good deep green. Which has me thinking about the Phalos. Oh yeah, you guys want to see the crates one more time? I can show you the crates one more time. We go a little late, but we always do, so who cares? Who is it that wanted to see the crates? Was it Dweghom? I can't remember now. Yeah, I don't remember who it was either. Phthalo Green worked up with Radiant Lemon? I'm already into it. I have all these colors. I'm excited to try it. Close up my palette here. You want to see the crates? You want to see how this works for Gatorung? Because this set, which I'm sure you've seen the renders for, is like way more exciting once you start playing with it. That's what she said. Also, yeah, holy crap, I'm in love with this Gamblin' Silver. This shit is incredible. We're going to do some more Heavy Gear Voxel Forge. These are just my starter gears. I have the whole 2-player starter box plus a few extras, and I want to get them painted. Because I've got terrain to use with them. So Vergaderung. You've probably seen renders of this. If you haven't seen renders of this set, anyone in chat, I do recommend you pop over to my Instagram. 2 of my last 3 posts I have some that'll work, Roland, but I'm also working on some 10 to 12 millimeter stuff right now because I need it for Heavy Gear Blitz, I need it for Cav, and I need it for Iron... Shit, what's the name of the game? There's another game. But either way, they're all in the same scale, so let me get rid of these gloves. They've got oil on them. Hey, Hardy, welcome back, man. It's good to see you. But yeah. If you have not seen the renders of this, I strongly recommend you go check it out. It is a simple terrain building system, is what I'm working on here. Let me make myself some more space so that I can show it off. I'm just gonna dump all my oil paints over here and sort them out later. Why the hell not? You can't stop me. Just pre-ordered your Cursed City box, huh? Everybody seems to think that the Cursed City box seems really, really popular. So, you know, it's a fairly simple and familiar piece of terrain for those of us who 3D print stuff and who play on the tabletop. Shipping containers are a great piece of terrain because they're kind of ubiquitous. You can just take them and plop them anywhere and they fill a nice little reasonable area. You can kind of stack them on top of each other, you know, you can make little bridges. You can build almost anything you want out of shipping containers. And I was making some, and I wanted them to be able to stack, so I wound up taking this grid pattern out of the bottom to fit into these little connectors that I had on top. So this is where it started, was just with 2 crates that you could lock together like this. And they don't lock together in such a way that you have to go in and pull them apart when you're done. If they're stacked up on the table, they won't come apart, but you can also just lift one right off. It's a nice loose locking system, a soft lock. I like this better than most of the terrain building systems because disassembling tables, like it takes a long time to put them together when you're using little clips and forcing, you know, 3D printed tabs into holes and whatnot. And also it wears on paint jobs pretty badly. So this is just a nice, simple soft lock. Easy to build with, easy to take apart, take it, toss it in your bin when you're done. But man, it does so much more than this because I then expanded the grid. This is, for all intents and purposes, the same damn thing. Functionally, but if you were to paint it, it's more of like, this is a you know, propane or gas or Freon or whatever the hell kind of container you want it to be. And there are multiple options for this, so that you can have this same crate with different visual pieces inside, and then a protective cage that goes over top of it for shipping, but also integrates with the grid. So now you can take this and go like, alright, well I got 2 crates here, let me take this, and I'll just lock it like so. There, that's locked in nicely. Good and secure, easy to play on. There's so many cool things you can do with this. Here is a single piece one that has like a round chemical and or, you know, a fluid or gas tank inside of it, and you would... The idea here is that you can paint this before you put it in, and that way you don't have to reach past the cage to do your paint job. You can paint it and then assemble it. But these aren't the most exciting pieces. I only have 4 pieces here, and I've been excited by all the things that I can do with it. So then there's this simple walkway piece, has the same grid on the bottom of it, and then just has a flat surface on top, and that locks onto any of them you like that, or you can go across them like this, or because it's a grid, you can go ahead and move these out one in either direction, and now you've got a bridging piece with a nice large walkway beneath it. LebDeb87, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. And the other exciting piece I have here is this ramp. This prints on its side, and in that way it is able to print supportless. Each of these, let me get an example piece that I can show with. Use one of my Warcaster ISA Paladins, these gents here, on 30mm lipped bases. You can see there are these steps. You would go on the step, and then you can slide your base slightly under the one above, which actually kind of holds it in place, even if it wobbles backward. But there's enough space on here for a full 30mm base, or even a 40mm base. Let's see. I've got Harlan Sec here. He's on a 40mm base. Let's give him a try. I haven't actually tried a 40mm. Oh, yeah, no, that'll work. Now, it does overhang a little bit, but that's why it slides under the one ahead of it. So this is actually pretty damn secure on here. And also, for those of us who are concerned with measuring, like, I need to actually spend movement points for how far up I move. Each 3 steps is 1 inch, and the overall height is 3 inches. Everything is built on 3 inches, so you always know exactly how high you're going. And this locks into the same grid, like so. Also, it has a lock on the bottom of it. So say you were to build something like... let's do like this. And then lock them together. Like so. So I want these steps to go up to the next level here. Oh, that's actually not quite far enough. I thought it would be, but that's just because my math is bad. Oh, no, I had it right. I confuse myself sometimes. I just had to connect it all the way over. There we go. And now this bottom piece will lock into... I have to shift it around a little bit sometimes. There we go. We'll lock into that same grid. So now this is raised up here. There's a 3-inch gap here, which you probably can't see as well because you're looking at this straight down. But, I mean, this is a reasonably solid unit that you can now move around the board. And when it comes time to take it apart at the end of the day, the end of the game day, you're done playing your games, it's just lift pieces right out of place. It's nothing. I am in love with this set. It is very much a play set. This is essentially a toy. So they are. Actually, Techie Techs, these are designed to work in 28mm scale. 28 to 35 or so millimeter scale. They'd be large, but workable. And using the walkways, I mean, you can build all kinds of fun stuff. Like, we got these two here. Let's go ahead and put this as a bridge across these two, and then let's put this here as a little wall. And let's take this ramp here. That goes up like so. We got this. We got another walkway. Let's shift this out so it has full support, and then let's lock this across these two. So now we have another platform to play on there. And then we can go ahead and connect these steps right here. And I mean, this is nothing. This is a couple of pieces. And now we've got a ramp over here to move up. We've got a fighting walkway here. We've got another raised portion here. We've got some cover, and we've got more stairs. You can put the stairs over here if it makes you happy. Like, it's... I'm really just trying to create terrain here that is as gameplay friendly as possible, and at this point I'm struggling to think of how I can make this terrain more gameplay friendly. It's such a simple answer, but I couldn't find it being done like this anywhere, and I'm really excited to get it out there. We've got more pieces that are being added to this set. These are the most functional building blocks of it. And this isn't even that many. I've only got 4 crates and then 2 of each of these pieces here, and I'm able to fill a good portion of a board with playable terrain. One of the stop-motion animations with the pieces moving around, making different combinations. I mean, a video of just taking a small set of pieces and building as many things out of them as I can would actually be pretty cool. Let's see. Let's see. What else could I make here? That locks in like right there. And then take this. Lock it right there. If I had one more crate. But I don't. It's okay. Either way, I need to balance that there. Now the one thing about this, I do have a pillar piece. The one thing about this that you don't really want to do is leave these corners unsupported. Because of the way that it soft locks, if you then put weight on one edge that isn't supported, it will wobble right off. So you want to make sure that you're building on a sound foundation. But there are enough pieces, it's really easy to do that. Take this and move it out. And then move that in. Like, this is a toy. This is a play set at this point. You can build... the mind is the limit with this stuff. Not at all, Mafik. You're actually gonna have to wait a second. I got distracted showing off the my building blocks, my battle Legos, but I think they're really cool. And you can do stuff like, if you use this in clever ways, you can sort of bind things together, like take these two pieces and put them like this, and then use these four as your connection points for a ramp, like that. And that way your ramp is locking these two crates together now. Like, there are a lot of different potential combinations by just using this very, very simple grid system. And you can just print, you don't have to print a bunch of specific pieces to make everything. Just print a bunch of general pieces and paint them, and then build whatever the fuck you want out of them. This is a very tournament-friendly terrain system, and I'm hoping to get some feedback from some tournaments soon. Alright. Alright, folks, give me just a minute. I do have to take my bio break. I'll be right back, I'll make it quick, and we'll roll right into the storm report, so don't go anywhere. Pardon the delay, folks. We are back. Alright. Let me move some stuff out of my way here. We made some damn good progress tonight. I'm really happy with how these two paint schemes are coming together. And I'm going to continue to pursue this. As I said, I think we'll probably just do a little bit more heavy Gear Blitz on Tuesday, finish these 8 off, and then my starter demo forces are done. The other nice thing about these sets is you can just go ahead and lock them together in a stack if you want to move them out of the way securely. Or say you're putting them down into a bin, you can just lock them together like this. Real easy peasy. Oh no, forgot it wrong. Oh no. Well, it's battle Lego. Is essentially what it is. Everything soft locks together. And I think the fact that it soft locks is really important because, again, if you want to clean this up, it's as simple as just grabbing pieces right off the top and chucking them into a plastic tote, and you're done. You don't have to store any tiny fiddly clips or worry about any delicate parts. I'm going to be getting these out there here in the near future, and I honestly am really, really looking for feedback and playtesting on them. Forgotterung, did you see the new dice? It's a very long storm report? Alright, let's get to it then. God, these dice are lovely though, aren't they? Ooh. Well, we might move through the storm report at a bit of a clip then, so I'm not here all night, and you will have to forgive me for that. But let's go ahead and get to it.
All right, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
All right, Sphere, thank you for the reminder. Damn. We got all the way up. We got damn near to 1,960 followers tonight. Oh my god, I'm going to have to actually finish that Vader. Because we're going to wind up giving it away here shortly. Alright. Let's see what we got here. We have from Banana Venom, dipping my toes into the fiber optics this week with Star Wars Armada game pieces. Here are my second and third attempts. First didn't turn out great. Those are always the testers. Those are always the Damn! Damn! These are not big models. I mean, they're you know, reasonably large, but not that large. This is some really, really fine work. I really like what you did here on the Interdictor Cruiser with the gravity well generators, doing that little ring, that little uneven ring of lights around each one, doing the different colors. So you got the red lights going down the spinal portion here and then showing up a little bit here underneath this plate. This is really cool. This came out great. I love the blue glow from the ion engines, both on the Imperial and the Rebel ship that we have here. This is the Radis, isn't it? This is from Rogue One, I think. Because it has this big central prow. Really nice job on the fiber optics. These look fucking great. I did some internal lighting on some Armada ships, and some X-Wing ships, but I never got as far as wiring the individual fiber optics. That is a lot of drilling. That is a lot of very, very careful work, but I think it's paying off. I really like it up here on the bridge. It just adds so much. The almost random kind of staccato lights on Star Wars ships adds so much to the look. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work. Here we have from Mafik. Here's my Gundam Kimaris Vidar. It's not new, because I've had this for 3 years now, always thinking, what the fuck, who made that giant Lance Destroyer like it's gonna kill a warship? It is a bit nuts. It's... I don't recognize this one from... anything. Not familiar with this model. It's a good looking build, though. I like the sort of... the warm gray underneath all these cool colors with the white. This is from Iron-Blooded Orphans? Okay, this is from further in Iron-Blooded Orphans than I have gotten then, because I don't recognize... I've said that 1,000 times. I love Iron-Blooded Orphans. I haven't actually finished watching it. I guess I probably should. It is kind of a nonsense weapon, though. Though, in Iron-Blooded Orphans, like, this is no dumber than the mace spear murder club that the fucking Barbados carries, so... I think it's okay. Nice looking model though, Mafik. Here we have from Kursala. About a month ago, Data Nerd told me I had to make some Pinewood Derby trophies for our kids. For the kids. Our pack, unfortunately, gives out participation awards. And sent me the link to one that she liked. On the left, also asked me if I could remove the numbers from it, and I realized that it would be easier to just make my own. Plus, you know, the legalities of selling a bunch to the pack. So in true DIYer fashion, I set out to create a crappier version that we can use. That is in true DIY fashion, isn't it? Unfortunately, I failed on that mission, ended up making something better. It's bigger, sturdier, and even has room for the pack number, redacted for privacy, instead of some lazy bars on top of the wheel. Went ahead and modeled some cutouts inspired by a real racing tire. It's printed at 0.14 with eSun Gold Silk PLA. This thing shimmers when you look at it. Almost worth the $24 for that roll. Yikes. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, these are really cool. That's awesome. I think this looks great. They're going to be absolutely thrilled. And, you know, this is a wonderful way to bring some more into the fold, because some of the kids are going to get this and go, how was this made? Is this the magic that is 3D printing? Mom and Dad, I need an Ender 3. You're starting many, many people on the road to hobby ruination, and I hope you know that. I hope you know that, Kursala. They're going to go down the same damn path that we did, and pretty soon this is going to consume all of their time and energy. I've been thinking about making trophies lately, too. That gold really does look nice. Damn. Lovely, lovely clean prints, Kursala. Here we have from Squared. Sat down, did assembly work on the Monster Fight Club Wolfhound 2C. Mold lines were pretty minor and cleaned up well with a hobby knife and dental scrapers. Pretty happy with the fidelity of detail and lack of horrible mold lines that the Kickstarter minis have. Hope that Monster Fight Club does more of these. I hope they do too. I hope they do too. Quarter of a century, 25 months. Oh my god. That is... This is a surprisingly long time. It's not a quarter of... No, that'd be 25 years. Riot Sister. 25 years. But thank you so much for your resub. Oh my god, we just got we just got raided. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in, Monster Den Minis. How was your stream? What were you working on? And welcome in, Raiders. I'll pause here for just a second. I'll let everybody catch up. Made a cutout Kursala. You can make customized pucks you could glue in later with custom embossing. That's good thinking. Oil painter hacks. Yeah. He's like that. He's like that, Belly Savalis. It wasn't Grim Nation that bullied me into oil painting, but he has subsequently bullied me into improving my oil painting, which I guess is overall probably a positive influence. Jeremy Stoltz Creations, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Damn, we're getting close to that giveaway. I have got to finish painting that Vader if I'm going to be giving it away. I thought it would take longer than this. Did some resin welding for the first time and painting Berg Ironthorn from Reaper. Ooh. Am I following you, Monster Den Minis? Hang on, let me find out. I might not be. I am following you. Oh, okay. I am following you. Ah. Okay. Audio coming out of my speaker suddenly from across the room, and it's my own voice. How disorienting. Let's fix that. Okay, there we go. Much better, much better. Okay. I haven't dropped in on any of your streams lately. So terribly sorry for that. But thank you again so much for the raid, and welcome in, Raiders. We are towards the end of our stream at the moment. I say towards the end, we're probably going to be going for a good 45 minutes to an hour still. We are doing a bit that is known here as the Storm Report, which is an art share segment. People in the community are able to share what they're painting, what they're working on, their works in progress, the things they're proud of, and we all just kind of take a moment to catch up on what everybody's got going on. Monster's a proud MPG member. Oh, fantastic. Not against the rules, the only limit for extras is it stays inside the maximum size. Trim the car block down to about 1/2 inch and slapped a print on top. Sphere, you got a Biomancer to paint and give away? Oh, nice. The Biomancer's a nice figure. I'm really a huge fan of the, what are they called? The, can't remember the name. It's a regiment upgrade. There's the aggressive one and the defensive one. The aggressive one has like a big crazy bone wing coming off one side. It's like an articulated shield on a third arm. Yeah, this is a really nice product. These, by the way, are the this is the new premium Wolfhound 2C from Monster Fight Club that's Catalyst Game Labs has licensed them to create. It looks like, yeah, there's some mold lines, but it's really nowhere near as bad as those first two that were being done by Creative Juggernaut. And this is that new Scio-Res material, which I'm really, really excited by. I'm hoping, and I've mentioned this before, I'm really, really hoping that we're going to be able to offer some of the mechs that I myself have made with the help of Project Dark Fox and soon to be what's his name? Jungle Plague. Some of the designs that I've licensed from them, I'm hoping we're going to be able to offer those in Scio-Res. Our resin casting guy has a Scio-Res machine on its way to him right now, and I want to cultivate that relationship because if Steel Warrior could offer Scio-Res, that would be just amazing. It's an incredible material. I very rarely get excited by new resin materials or new materials for miniatures at all, but it's really good stuff. It's difficult to describe how good it is until you've held it in your hand. Some mold lines left, but I can't scrape much further. You know, like, it looks like the worst of them is right across here, and I don't really feel like that's all that bad. That's pretty minor down on the leg. So it wouldn't be him doing the casting, Roland. We're working with someone third party, and he's going to be doing Scio-Res. He's going to be doing some Conquest bases for me here in the near future, as well as a couple of pieces for BattleTech. And yeah, I'm really, really excited to see what they look like in Scio-Res. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, calling this Griffin done. Kiddo suggested the paint scheme. I kind of like it. I like it too. This kind of soft lavender, and then this really, really vivid electric blue. This is a wonderful, wonderful contrast between desaturated and heavily saturated. I like this a lot. And the blue-gray accent here in the middle, on the knee, on the feet. This is a great example of just using little bits of a secondary color to break up the big blocks of your primary. This is good composition, breaking it up right here in the middle, and then at the knee, separate color for the foot, hand, a little bit here in the armpit. I'm not sure, Desert Owl. I don't know that this would be, because Free World Guard is usually white with purple. I think this is just general Merrick scheme, for the most part. Nice job on the basing. Simple, effective. I like the fact he used a good contrasting color to the rest of the mech. I have to say, though, this blue, the blue really stands out in the cockpit and the PPC. Vivid, vibrant, and well applied. Happy Heretic, you're raising a smart one there. Good purple. Excellent purple. Purple Kit treat. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Finally finished my sniper drone, boys. Also got flowers from my Tau bases because I like how they pop off the black. I am so glad to see Chaotic Harmony continuing to work on his Tau. Yeah, that little bit of blue is actually really nice. The fact that it's echoed over here on his... I almost said magnoculars, and then I remember that's a Star Wars term, and it's probably something else in 40K. Continue to love this red-brown color scheme you got going on. Good job on the freehand. I can't... Maybe it's just my mind that's broken. Maybe I'm just a consummate pervert. I'm just saying, I look at these drones and I see one thing. Just one thing. I'm disappointed in myself. Good job on the basing, too, Chaotic Harmony. Chaotic Harmony, we're getting to a point where we're going to need to see some more whole army shots, dude. You painted a lot of Tau. I think it's called a Viewmaster. Pretty sure they're designed to evoke, right? I mean, it's right there, and then there's one on each side kind of dangling. Like, I mean, come on. Come on, Drakari. All right, let's keep going. seriously, Chaotic Harmony has come so damn far in the time that I've seen him painting. Look at the, I mean, just simple but effective edge highlighting. Nice shading. Little wash and then highlight on the white portions. Again, good job on the basing. Love a little splash of color. Very nicely done. Very nicely done, Chaotic Harmony. Here we have from Clover. Tried my hand at a second set of these guys. Pushed the contrast in the metal a bit more. Not too happy with the feathers. Open to suggestions. I love the feathers. I love the feathers. Look at that. You see the warm shading underneath the cool blue tones of the feathers? Don't those look great? I like the shading on the gold armor. These look really good. The only thing that pops out to me, if I'm thinking about this, yes, I have a suggestion: stop painting better than me. Oh, Ingress, thank you so much for saying so. You're printing out the Borealis? Awesome. I'm really, really proud of that. Please let me know what you think of it. That thing was absolutely a passion project. The only thing I'm seeing here that I might change, and this is just a composition thing. The gloves, like the feathers are obviously blue. The gloves are also kind of bluish, and I like that. It gives this sort of little triangle here, this balance. And you could, I would push that. I would push that just a little bit more. The boots are not as blue. They're kind of a black leather, but they're more neutral. They're more gray. The gloves seem to have more blue in them. And I think that if you made these a bit more blue, you'd have this nice sort of 5-star balance. The only other thing I can think of is the belt or even the codpiece in that blue leather, just to create that balance of the blue across the whole figure and to divide up the big warm portions. But this is gorgeous. Like, if you didn't want to change this, if you just wanted to say, I'm done, these are wonderful looking models. The shading on them is fantastic. I love the temperature contrast. I think the composition is actually pretty damn good. I think the metallics all come across really well. The entire model reads as exactly what it should be. The beards look great. I like the white beard better, if I'm being honest. These are Blood Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Majar. But yeah, I would say blue on the feet, blue on the codpiece. That might punch it up a little bit more just to make it a little more visually interesting. But this is nitpicking, man. This is nitpicking. This is perhaps letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, because these are fucking good looking models. Everything here reads exactly like it should, in my opinion. I think that, like, I'm gonna pick a nit. Because you invited me to do so, I'm gonna pick a nit. This looks great. This is slightly less so. It's the same knee pad. I feel like your shadow here reads better than the shadow here. This one seems a little bit off. That's it. That's me looking for something to complain about. And that's like the best I can do. Fantastic work, Clover. Here we have from Punexpected. On the Saturday stream, I worked on engoldening the metalwork, which was looking too dull. Got my forearm workout in at the same time and tried an interesting duochrome saguaro green metallic. Ooh, that's rich. Oh, that's rich, isn't it? And it's only pushed by the purple tones of the livid flesh down here, which isn't right next to it, but you can see it past it. Purple does so much to push gold. Ooh, lordy lord, look at that. That is such a lovely, vibrant tone. Such a huge model you're working on, too. The fact that you've got it so smooth across this much surface area, I need to try to paint something bigger. I really feel like oils are going to shine when I'm not painting these teeny tiny little fucking things. Lovely. Lovely work, Punexpected. Oh, here we have from Project Dark Fox. It was fun, but I'm just glad it's done. My oldest commission from July 2021 is finally off the board. Marauder 2, MechWarrior Online. I don't know what the pilot is. It's a dragon dog person. something like that. And yeah, now I can definitely see it. We got the access panel opened here, and they're kind of fiddling around with their little data pad. It seems like a dangerous place to sit. I mean, I guess there's probably no risk of it firing, but even so, I just don't. I feel like I would never get that close to the laser aperture. Really like the shading on the trees in the background. Good contrast with the overall color of the mech, by the way. I like the little tiger stripes. All the shading on here is really well done. I think if I could pick out one thing, Project Dark Fox, that you have improved on the most in the time that I've known you, it's in selling depth with shading, not just with perspective. Your perspective has always been pretty good, but if all you have is perspective, it still reads a little funny. But you've been combining your excellent use of perspective and proportion with soft shading. And those light sources do so much to sell the third dimension in these pieces of art. Fantastic work, Project Dark Fox. Here we have from Wheezy, and I'm excited to see this one. I saw this one on Facebook. I've called this mech done 2 times before. For the 3rd time, I brightened up the missile tips, went for the cartoon cannon red axe. I love the red, but I know I can do better on the weathering. Stop yourself, Wheezy. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's my first serious attempt at weathering. I'm happy now, but would love some tips on what I should focus on for improvement. Now that you've seen this a few times, I'd love a truly critical review. What can I do better? Maybe it's something that looks okay, but could be better, something I haven't even tried and should be on the next mini. I want to keep pushing myself into things I haven't tried before or need to refine. This looks really good. You're gonna make me pick out something. You're gonna make me pick out something here to complain about. I'm gonna say, as far as things for you to try, I'm gonna pick 2 things that I want you to look into and I want you to try out. Because as you said, you're not really comfortable with the weathering. I want you to try sponge weathering. I want you to paint a mech in relatively light colors, and I want you to use a piece of sponge and some dark colors. And I want you to try sponge weathering patterns. I think you'll like what that can do as far as delivering a really nice randomized pattern. I think the weathering on the axe looks really good. It has intent behind it. It's on the front edge of the axe, which tells me he's swung that a few times and hit a few targets, but he's only swung the one edge, which I think is really quite cool. The red is gorgeous, vibrant, lovely. I think that punching up the missile tips was a good move. This is the best looking version of this paint job on this mech that I have seen. Okay, the other thing, I'm going to say that your yellow is... I like how bright it is. Because, again, you're sort of evoking that cartoonish color scheme that they had for the Battletech cartoon. It's still a little flat. You've come in and you've improved it. Your edge highlight here on the yellow, here on the legs, like you've improved it, but it's still just a little flat. I would reserve this bright yellow for just a few highlight spots and introduce a little more sort of volumetric shading to some of these panels, just so it doesn't read as quite so flat. But man, that is me really picking nits, because this mech looks fucking great. I love the sort of diversity of grit that you've got here on the base too, with the rocks, the grass, and the dirt. That looks wonderful. And the lensing is just top notch, particularly on this looks really good. The cockpit. But man, this is me just making myself complain, Wheezy. So I'm gonna say dig into. Try to do some more shading on your yellows if you're going to continue on doing the cartoon cannon mechs, and try sponge weathering. Try it on just some pieces that you don't care that much about to start with, because it takes a little bit to understand like how much paint you want on the sponge, how much pressure to apply, how to sort of space the patterning. But particularly if you're uncomfortable with weathering, that's a great way to start, because you can kind of give yourself a random pattern with a sponge, and then come in and touch it up and add scratches and sort of enhance it. I know that feeling of looking at a blank canvas and being like, I have to make a random pattern, and somehow that's impossible to do. My brain just... I'm always working with a pattern, and so I always see the pattern. It never looks random to me, even when I try to make it that. And I have had good luck using a sponge or other stippling effects like that to create a pattern that is effectively random, and then go in and touch it up. And that sort of separates my decision making from it and frees me up to just improve the mini and not, wallow in decision making quite so much. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. It's been a little while since I've used Stynylrez Primer, but since my Pro Acryl is almost empty, I decided to see if my experience with oils had changed the issues I had with it previously. I'm happy to report that I no longer have the issue where the paint would just wipe away. I should hope not. Stynylrez is a great primer, but I have noticed one striking difference I'm not sure I like. Pro Acryl Primer is just as matte as their paints are. Stynylrez Primer is not even close to something matte. Somewhere between gloss and satin. How much are you putting on, Grim Nation? Like, if you put a solid coat of Stynylrez, it can get kind of satiny, but I mean, you should just be like dusting it. Just dusting it with that business. I think this translates directly to the finish with oils. I think this translates directly to the finish the oils have when finished. Really? Huh. While my matting technique drastically changed the finish, there is still some glare to them that is not present on anything I've painted. With the Pro Acryl Primer, Grim Nations, you're such a prima donna. I think this primer is just a little too satin. I think it's translating through the paint, but my matting process will get it down to just the right sheen. So precise. So careful, Grim Nation. I have not had that issue myself with Stynylrez. Mine has all come out relatively matte, but I'll also admit that as a painter, I don't focus that much on those particular details. As long as my primer will hold my paint, I usually use a varnish at the end of the process to control my surface finish anyway. But that's just me, so it's not going to affect me as much as someone who pays more attention to it. And yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it too. Just a lazy painter, don't want to work extra to get it where I want it. The fewer steps involved. I add a step just as a matter of course. And if you don't want to do that, then it definitely pays to kind of refine that down. I have not noticed that issue with Stynylrez myself, but again, I haven't really been paying attention. I think I'm going to really put some time into learning oil paints for tinting miniatures with. They seem absolutely wonderful for creating easy blends. Hardy, it is so worth it. Even if all you learn how to do with oil paints is apply oil washes over acrylics. If that's the only thing you do, it's going to help so much. Even if you just dabble with oil paints for a couple of simple things, if you don't jump off the cliff into, I'm going to paint everything with oil all the time like some of us have, they're so useful. Still looking for minis to really practice with. Picked up some D&D ones for like $6. You probably got either Reaper or WizKids ones, Grandma Gothy. Reaper minis are kind of the flexible ones at least. I think is the best way to describe them. I'll tell you what they are, Grandma Gothy. They're cheap. They're cheap and they're plentiful. They're mass-produced out of PVC for exactly that purpose. Now, their newer stuff, Reaper Bones Black, that's a better, stiffer material. Yeah, the Flash is definitely rough. They're good to practice on, though. Grim Nation Hobbies is right, too. Practicing on Green Army Men is not if all you're looking for is a mini to practice on, Green Army Men are perfectly acceptable. And yeah, there are some D&D minis from WizKids that I think might be a little bit better, but they're still kind of a soft plastic. I wouldn't worry. If all you're doing is practicing, I think that the Reaper stuff is really good. Is Bones Black Stynylrez? I know they've gone through a couple different versions of it. So Grandma Gothy, I would suggest if you're looking for a better material, try picking up, because they're still pretty cheap. Bones Black is still pretty cheap compared to most minis. Pick yourself up some Reaper Bones Black minis. Try that material and see if you don't like that a little bit better. It definitely holds detail better. And yeah, Mantic is also a good option. Absolutely, Ren. I'll tell you what, Grandma Gothy, it's if you want some more suggestions, I would recommend yet again, as I do periodically, join the Discord. Hit !Discord and chat, hop on over there. We have a really fantastic supportive community with a lot of people, and between everybody on the Discord, like, we play pretty much all the games that there are. If you're curious about a particular mini or particular brand, you're gonna find somebody who's used it before, and thank you so much for the follow. By the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Now, complaints about Steinel Res aside, Grim Nation, this is lovely. I love a little bit of blue. A little bit of blue that you have. It's just little bits of blue worked into your sort of soft greens for the flesh tones on the fingers, on the toes. Nice warm tones for both the loincloth and the hair, but not the same. They don't blend together. They're distinct. And this really does read pretty well as stone. Grim Nation, you're a damn good painter, dude. I really like the sheen on the split of his hair. Right here. You see this detail? His hair looks greasy, doesn't it? Between the way that it hangs and the high sheen on the part, his hair looks greasy. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll never compliment you again, Grim Nation. Here we have from 7up Man. This hunchback is part of a lance of Militia battle mechs. Fuck. The golden parts are Turbo Dork Radium color shift. The pool is Vallejo dark green / tin color shift with 2 coats of Vallejo still water. Cockpit is Vallejo green / silver blue color shift. The base coat is Army Painter Wolf Gray, not color shift. Oh, it's good to know that there are some paints here that aren't color shift. Didn't use a wash, but instead a panel liner. PLW Dark Sea Blue by Ammo Mig. That ain't half bad. The color shift paints are very interesting to me. And I really do appreciate, by the way, if you're doing color shift paints, taking multiple pictures from different directions, like being able to see the pool from dead on as opposed to at an angle, really helps to sell an effect that otherwise is only going to come through in person. Really nice job on this. I love the base blue, and I love it next to those color shifting green, I guess, copper tin. That's nice. Also watching some videos by Marco Frisoni on YouTube. Did some work where he positioned colored tones with red, blue, purple to establish temperatures, zenithal the skin tone over it, and it worked beautifully. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people use that method. I haven't done it myself, but I've seen really, really good results come from it. Lovely. Lovely work on the hunchback. Love the weathering going up the legs. I love the addition of the pool, too. Makes me feel like another mech stomped through here at some point. This is just water filling in where its foot went. Very nice. Very nice work, 7up, man. Oh, here we have from Sheza, still in love with this model a year later, Smaug from Blackheart Models. I like it with the ring. Alright, his snout there. Shut up. Shut up, Benedict. You dirty son of a bitch. I really like the work that you did on his eye in particular, Sheza. It's like it's got a little bit of the goat eye thing going on there. Very cool work, and a very, very cool bust. Oh, I'm excited for this. Oh, I'm excited for this because Rockin' Robin is painting again, and he's working on Marvel Crisis Protocol. His comic book styling is so excellent. His use of colors is so bold. Oh, I really like the way Rockin' Robin paints. He's another one of those painters where it's like, you know, this is a good example of we spend so much time focusing on getting our blends just right, on getting the smoothest transitions, and Rockin' Robin's just like, fuck it. Chunky highlights, a little bit of texture, deal with it. It shows how effective simple contrast can be. Like, if you just look at the contrast that we have between the depth of the muscles and then the raised bits, and it works so well at this scale. He has that bright yellow, that X-Men yellow. Isn't it, like, painful to look at? I mean, it's accurate. It's just like, oh, holy shit. I like the kind of warm gray that we have going on Cable's weapon here, and really, really nice job with the explosions. This is top-notch work here as far as being an active explosion. I think this is I would feature this. This is fantastic. Rockin' Robin, I'm just happy to see you painting again, man. And then we got Beast. Oh, the texturing. Oh, the texturing. This is what makes this. That nice deep blue that Beast is, and then you got the little bits of fur texture going on. Lovely. Not gonna lie though, I kind of wish this hand was just holding a book instead, and he had maybe his spectacles kind of perched on his nose. I'd be okay with that. I think that would be a good mod. Gorgeous work, Rockin' Robin. And Robin has his own art channel, by the way, in the Discord. If you want to check out some more of his work, he's done a lot of work on Knight Models DC Universe stuff, and it is fucking fantastic. I'm really excited to see what he can do now that he's turning his sights on the Marvel Crisis Protocol figures. Here we have from Mafik, boredom can be a thing. Boredom and then posing our robots. But at least you're finding something to occupy yourself in the interim, Mafik. At least there's that. I can think of way worse ways to spend your time, man. Here we have from Nano Tanks. Finish these two dwarves. Oh, they look nice too. Really, really soft highlights that I think, like, this is some quality blending overall. Good use of fairly subtle highlights. I probably would have taken it higher on a lot of things here, but then you get some good contrast for texture, like with the hair. With the beard and with the hair, it has that sort of bright sheen, and it's a slightly sharper highlight than you get on basically anything else, except the top edges of the metal portions. Excellent colors overall. Yeah, and such simple basing, but so effective. The hair really is what stands out to me. Good coloration, and really good job picking out the sheen on this. Great job with the metallic effects, too. Oh, coming down here we have from Shock21, quick and dirty pair of flumphs. Using all Rainy River paint. Should add, it's not a good design for the base, with the clear plastic part making it quite difficult to get at some of the tentacles with a brush. What the fuck? I see what you mean. There's this big, thick, clear base stand thing, and then it has some of the tentacles really just like pushed right up against it. I don't know what these are. I don't recognize. Are these a D&D monster that I'm just not familiar with? I've read many a monster manual in my day, but I haven't read any recent ones. Somebody help me. Because I find these fleshy tendrils hanging from the bottom of the alarmed-looking mushrooms really upsetting. These are old. Way old. Yeah, I do not recognize them. Classic. Okay, so it's the opposite direction. These would have been from a monster manual that I never read, is what you're saying, Vergatarum. I think the first time I owned a monster manual of my own that I sat down and read cover to cover was... oh shit, that might have been 3rd edition. They definitely weren't in that book. What? Okay, 2nd Ed? Yeah, it probably would have been 2nd. I hate them. I mean, nice smooth paint job and good job on the awful fleshy myconid tendrils, and a good smooth finish out of those nice Rainy River acrylics. But also, ew. Just, yeah, let's keep going. Here we have from POV42. Finished the last of my Black Widow mechs today, including the new Resin Wolfhound 2C model, a new Sojourner, and a Widowmaker Direwolf. I'm a little sad to be done with this project. I literally bled for these minis. Hobby knife accidents are no joke. Remember, folks, always cut away from yourself, bacon tentacles. That makes me even more uncomfortable. And I feel like I learned a lot about how to make cockpits, and little details really pop with these minis. Bittersweet to be done with a project I enjoyed working on, but on to the next thing with lessons learned and a full new force of table-ready minis in my case. POV42, that's goddamned inspirational. That's the right way to be looking at it. Good posing on the Smiler, by the way. And I like how you've done that. Is this whole top portion meant to be the cockpit? I feel like I thought it was the little portion down here, but I like this better. I mean, I like big cockpit glass, though, you know. I like when the cockpit is nice and wide, you know. Yeah. Like lawful good psychic jellyfish. That doesn't help. It in no way improves my feelings on the matter. Yeah, so this is a good example of how choosing the right color can help your cockpit pop out really, really well. You've done a good job with it. The green against this really quite nice red. Getting a red that is this saturated and this vibrant with some good deep shadows, this is difficult to do. And I think you've done a good job across the whole bunch of them. I like the little Black Widow marking for the front facing. It's nice. That's a nice touch. All in all, gorgeous mechs. Good job on the Wolfhound 2C, the Grenner, and I'm excited to see what you work on next, POV. Don't let it be bittersweet, just sweet. You've done a fantastic job, and now there's just more ahead of you, man. There's always more plastic. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Also got to do my first paint and take at work. Fuck yeah, had over 20 people show up. That is amazing. We're doing them weekly now due to how well it went over. Thanks to Cephalopod Studios for providing us with the paint for them, as well as Lion Tower Miniatures for allowing us to use their file library as well. It was a great week as I got to meet the amazing Crossbow Roof and his wife this week at the store as well. Love this community so hard. Ooh, so super hard. This is a nice looking. Damn, this is a big store too. That is some square footage, and that is some damn good turnout. Look at it, 2 whole tables full of people working on paint and take. This bodes very, very well. If you've got, if right after opening, you have enough of a community to show up with that many people for a paint and take, this bodes incredibly well for this location. So, let's see if we can't... Steel Warrior, let's see if we can't get some product over there. Yeah, buddy? I think we can probably make that happen. Yes. Best friend of 8 years has just shown interest in learning miniature painting off of you. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. This is... I gotta do more traveling. Finally got some time to work on a model. It's going to be part of a small set to sell. Work has sucked all my painting time away, sadly, but thrilled how this guy came out. You know, it's the kind of problem you want to have, man. Because the new job is really, really exciting. The new store is really, really exciting. It's less time to paint, but more time that you can spread this hobby, this joy to more and more people. I say time well spent. Also, gorgeous. Gorgeous work. Clean, bright, bold. Love the 2D work on the basing as always. Zombie Brush Studios has one of my favorite painting styles. It's not something that I want to do myself. It's not my style. It's so his. He's really made it his own and pushed it in so many different ways, and it's just so striking. So striking. Lovely work, Zombie Brush. Alright, continuing onward, here we have from Roland. Working on that Kiernan. Ooh, that's nice and clean. That is a nice clean paint application. Good job with the metallics. Love the little bit of red here for the rangefinder. The slight green variation worked well. Again, very, very clean brushwork. And then we got a longbow, which, same story. Damn, nice deep panel lines on here that have all been picked out well. Or at least either washed or just left the base shade color really nicely. I know I've said it a few times now, Roland, but every time I see more of your work, what keeps striking me is just how much your brush control and your paint thinning have improved since you started. Because this is clean. Are there directions you could grow in from here? Obviously, yes. But this is such a profound improvement on the fundamentals of painting. This looks really good, dude. Longbow. This new longbow is a nice mini. There's some of the CGL minis I don't like as much. The Thug I definitely do like the new sculpt of. The longbow I also do. I like the unseen longbow, but this one is just a couple of trash cans full of missiles, man. Lovely work, Roland. Just lovely. Hoping next week to have built my new painting space with a dedicated area for airbrushing. Finally. Finally. It is nice and clean, isn't it, to Square? Here's my very first Sculptor indeed, the one I thought was good enough to print. Oh my god. Wait, what's happening here? Ooh. It's a stylized human head. What is it? It's printed in like a translucent red? I like the detailing. He kind of looks like he's got like a... It's like if you were... all I can think of is like this is what... Minus some of the hair in the back. Like if you took this down to just like a little band of hair, it's like Season 1 Captain Picard as imagined through the Clone Wars. That's all I think when I see this. Like with the kind of sunken in cheeks, just this general head shape. Forbidden candy. Well, lovely work on that, Cookie Mama. Here we have from DFW Dwegham, my first dwarf from McAngry Miniatures on my mini factory. A little glossy since I couldn't find the matte Nuln Oil, which I used because I couldn't find the Agrax. Need to thin the red a little bit more, I know, and do more highlighting. Dark blue for cloth. Blue metallic aren't very different, so I'll probably go back and do more on the cloth. Let me move that so I don't crash my chair into it. How about that? I actually kind of like the red. What do you say you need to do to the red? To thin the red a bit more? Probably. I can't really see too much of a texture from here. I would say shade the red a little bit more. I don't know that I would highlight this red. Maybe just come in with darker reds into the recesses and shade it and leave this as the highest point. This is like a late 90s Space Marines, like Ultramarine Bolter red, which I do find appealing, admittedly. I love those weapons. I mean, basically Vergata Rung, yeah. Blue looks good, flesh tones look good. Faces are hard. Faces are hard. It's all about learning those basic recognizable shapes. I struggle with them myself, but I'm digging the color scheme. Again, it reminds me very much of that late 90s, early 2000s Ultramarine color scheme with the blue and then that like Wild Rider red type red. It's a damned interesting sculpt, Wegham. I like how you're just like completely fixated on painting dwarves. Like no matter what game system you're making them for. I think in both of these cases, like, I love the tone, you just need more shadows. You just need more shadows. And you could do that just with washes, honestly. But the base tones are really, really good. Red laser gun is appreciated. Oh, I agree. Dwegham, lovely work on that, and I do hope to see more. Say it's a little glossy. It is a little bit. It is a little bit. I would still say more washes. Maybe even colored washes. I don't know if you have a blue or a red wash, but if you could find that Agrax Earthshade on this red, I think that would look really good. Just to pick out some of the details, like the separation between the upper assembly here and then down here. Oh, don't talk like that, Hardy. Dwegham, it's looking great, though. I'd love to see some more in that line. You get back on some of my Dwegham, got some old Dominion on order, and my Helldrake. That Helldrake is a pretty cool model. Here we have from Lore Friendly Prime Day, first one since August, if not earlier. Today's was supposed to be 19 Necron Warriors, then I realized I had a lot of primer left over and kept going. It ended up being 39 Warriors, 5 Immortals, and a smattering of Specialist models and headquarters. Man, the new Necron models are so damn nice. I mean, the Warriors, I don't know, did they get new Warriors? If they did, they haven't really changed much, but like the new Command models, the new Scarabs, the new versions of the Flayed ones, whatever the hell this thing is, it's not a Flayed one, is it? It's got blade arms, but it also has like a goofy little Egyptian head on it. The new Destroyers, like they've gotten so many new models since the last time I touched the Necron. They look really great now. This is a lot of the boring work anyway. Set about this with some washes and a little bit of dry brushing, maybe some of that Necron compound. I'm curious what direction you're going to take that, Lore Friendly. I'm used to, I'm still, even though it's been years, I'm still used to Necrons all being just like flat silver, but there's so many new options you can do now. Oh, hear from Squared. Oh my. It'd be terrifying to have a painting of blank above your bed. My own headmate, hands soaked in blood. Thunderhead on a bearskin rug. Terrifying! Maybe you have some reading comprehension issues, and you were reading that, and you saw the E and the R, and you thought, erotic. I mean, I can't be held responsible for your illiteracy. Fucking Jackbox. I feel so attacked every time people play Jackbox. Here we have from Punexpected. Time for more sexy boys. Kingdom Death, Nightmare Ram, Pinup in Oils. I got to watch him painting on this one, and he's Kingdom Death pinups, man. I mean, I love the work you've done on here. I love the blues that are popping up towards the center of the model. They're all kind of radiating from his crotch, which composition-wise is fantastic. You have the OSL also coming from his crotch. The purple next to the yellow is gorgeous. The purple binding across the flesh tones of the legs looks really great. I hate to say that his nipple rings look good, but they do. I want to tell you what my favorite thing here is. I'll tell you my favorite thing here is Punexpected is this hand. First of all, because the sheer number of arms down here is upsetting as fuck. I guess that's the point. It's Kingdom Death. A lot of shit is. He's got a hand reaching up to both of his knees, for that matter, too. But this hand, in particular, reads really well. And I want to tell you why. Is because his flesh, overall, for this guy, is he's kind of ruddy. He's very livid. He's clearly very much alive. He is a wonderful tanned Adonis. And these hands that are reaching up and that are reaching down here, they have a little bit of a texture to them. They look a little withered. They look like a little bit jaundiced, kind of sickly. And it's such a subtle differentiation, and yet it adds so much to the theme of the figure. Unexpected, fantastic work as always. Vero Rue, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Here we have from Magnatorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight. With the weather warming back up again, I restarted working through my Desert Hills set. Thank God for dry brushing. Oh yeah, really taking advantage of that texturing on there, huh? I like what you do with your top textures, by the way, when you do these little sort of rough patches just to keep things interesting. You get a really great texture out of this. Dry brushing's damned effective. Get them hex hills done, baby. And here we go, the first test print on the Ruffians 2 variants, R1 and R2. The R1 has decent punch for its weight, but the LRM-15 is a bit ammo dependent. The R2 ended up actually being essentially a mini Shrek, given it has triple light PPCs. Already have a bunch of things to tweak for the next print, but so it goes. Triple light PPCs, damn, that thing does pack kind of a punch at the right range, doesn't it? Oh, I'm dribbling tea down my face. So now these are your free designs. I think that these are a great choice of design because you clearly haven't spent like time you should be spending developing paid products making these too complicated. They're a very simple example of the type of detailing that you do, and I really like these side panels because they're deep and they're chunky, and as soon as you print one of these and put some paint on it, you'll start to understand why this is so important, why panel lines like this are so easy to paint. Now, yeah, again, if I'm not mistaken, these are going to be the free samples from Metalcore Collectibles for STL sales, so you'll be able to get these and print them out and see how you like his work before you go in on more. I think that is a great idea. Just a fan-fucking-tastic idea. And I'm really excited that you're going to have some more STLs available. And folks, you can always hit !metalcore in chat to get a link over to Cybernight's site, where if you're into 6mm sci-fi at all, if you're into playing games with tiny robots and vehicles, go check out his site. Some really amazing proxies for Battletech or for use with any 6mm sci-fi game. There you go, Happy Heretic. Oh, and he has, like, these are the free tanks. He has so many cool tanks with so many variants. You absolutely have to browse the catalog, Heretic. Here we have from Ion Raptor, good evening from St. Augustine, Florida. You're looking at a Spanish fort that's at least 315 years old. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've been there like a bunch. I've been there a bunch of times. I used to live in Melbourne. I used to go to St. Augustine like all the fucking time. I love those old star forts. They're just so cool to walk around in and think about how hard points like this could really hold a surprising amount of coast, just based on, how much of it is actually usable. I'm glad you're getting some relaxation in, Ion Raptor. Here we have from Merlin Models. Last weekend I went to Warhammer World's 25th anniversary. It was a wonderful gathering of over 30 cosplayers and hundreds of celebrants. The camo cloak I ordered arrived 4 hours after I'd caught the train, so I had to run to the nearest army surplus, buy something suitable as a replacement. There were at least 8 Tanith Troopers, 5 Space Marines, 2 Chaos Space Marines, 1 Drukhari, 2 Tech Priests, 1 Sanctioned Psyker, 3 Adeptus Sororitas, and 1 Saint Celestine, who we nicked as a substitute BT. As is good and proper. Several custom troopers, and surprisingly a couple of Lumineth. That is kind of surprising, actually. An excellent time was had by all. I do it all again and made a lot of new friends. We've been discussing what conventions we would go to next as a group. That's awesome, man. I'm so glad to hear that. My cosplay does need some more work to look more accurate to the characters, but for the most part, work was done in getting the hotshot Las Carbon looking right. I believe that was completely and totally nailed down. I didn't expect Elijah Koo, but then again, nobody does. That's stupid. Whilst in Nottingham, I asked the staff in Element Games if they had any Battletech yet, and they, of course, said nope. Oh, it is tricky to get it on the shelves. Look at him. Look at him posing around the corner of that rhino that we've all seen a bajillion times. Got the full Colm Corbett going on. I do love the Nalwood furniture on the Las Carbon. That's so neat. Look at this. Look at these nerds. Oh my god. I think it's noteworthy that so many Space Marine cosplayers have started to update to the Primaris look. Like our homeboy over here, who clearly has the Primaris style knee pads, and I can't quite make out his helmet, but I'm gonna guess he's got the little vented front helm going on here. And this is Iron Warrior cosplay, if I'm not mistaken. Which, I mean, yeah, he's cosplaying as an Iron Warrior, so I guess that follows. I do love the Iron Warrior, so he did a really good job with the height of it, didn't he? Like, man, he really towers over people in that bit of power armor. Really? I'm surprised there were this many cosplayers at the event. This is quite a lot. This is as many as you would get at some conventions. Just overall. I'm glad that it went well. I'm glad that you had fun. And I cannot wait to see how you improve your Tanith First and Only cosplay. That's fucking awesome. Merlin, oh man. Every time this happens, every time somebody does such an awesome cosplay, I always am like, oh, I haven't done a cosplay in about 4 years. Maybe I should do something. Well, of course he's using stilts for... I wasn't suggesting that Iron Warrior cosplay was 8 feet tall for Godarum. Come on. Hey, what's up, Wheezy? How you doing today? A lot of places getting shipments of Battletech in US, and it's disappearing just as fast. Yeah, it's very much in demand for how much is being produced. Look at the yellow conscript on the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fresh meat for the grinder, huh? What kind of a statement is that, Happy Heretic? Oh, Shaq could cosplay a Space Marine without stilts. Like, well, I mean... Yes. You're right. Here we have from Ren Momo. One team finished since I posted the pic of my goal for this upcoming month. Already hot on 3 more teams that are halfway done. Note made after posting. Finish these in 4 hours. Not bad at all. Love that orange and blue. Oh, that's cool. That is fucking hot. Isn't it? That blue-gray with the really, really hot orange next to it. This reads wonderfully. Okay, that's pretty great. You've done some really good Gaslands work, Ren, but I like this color scheme maybe more than any of the other ones I've seen. Very, very nicely done, and good use of the extra bits as usual. Gaslands is such a neat game. Shaq is a Space Marine. That would be surprising to learn if that were true. Here we have from Severe, working on some Gene Stealer Cultist. Reds on the Primarch is finished. Reds on the Primarch is finished. Primarch? Gene Stealer Cultists don't have Primarchs. They have... What's the word? What's the word? There's a word. Need to finish the blacks and might call the main model finished. It's a prime something. Patriarch? Yeah, I know it was a P word. Okay, thank you, Drake. I was like, yeah, Primarch can't be right. Patriarch. The posing on this guy has always been so, like, I like that he's doing like his little psychic direction pose. Maybe it's the way that he's posing with his tail hooked up like he's the fucking alien queen. It's always thrown me off a little bit, though. Patriarch. They're all P words. They're all P words. Now, this dude, this is the something morph. This is such a cool sculpt. Those reds are vibrant. If that's what you've been focusing on, I can say that they are reading very, very well, sir. I continue to love this color scheme for the GSC, by the way, with this sort of, I want to say phthalo, but I'm guessing we're dealing with acrylics. But it's this sort of blue-green turquoise next to that vibrant candy red. Kellermorph, thank you very much. Sphere. Need to finish the blacks. I mean, they look really good already, man. You definitely got detailing to do on the Kellermorph, but this guy, yeah, like, I don't know how much more I'd put. Maybe a little bit of a sharp highlight on the brain to pull out the texture from a distance. You know? Maybe that. Oh, here we have from Dr. Rhino. She is finished. He did this one in record time. And just for... Can I pull it up? Are you gonna... There it goes. I've seen a number of people paint this one. I like how you've done this where it looks like she's peeling off a skin suit. And I really like the kind of... It's a real soft pastel lavender that he went with for the hair, which I think really works next to all this kind of, like, circuitry green that we have underneath the really uncomfortably peeling skin suit. And lots of good use of purples and reds in the shading down by the hips and under here on the arms and on the hands. And then this really, really uncomfortable smear of blood here that... If I didn't know this was a mini, I would just assume that you cut yourself while you were painting it and kind of accidentally smeared it on with your thumb. It works well. And I like the blue shading that we have for the white. It's really a stark contrast between how pure and clean the white is and then these nasty smears. Lovely work, Dr. Rhino. Finished indeed. I can't wait to see the competition piece you're working on, dude. Here we have from Paradox Mark 1. Got 3 more Vex to get painted up, but for the most part, but most of the paint work is done now on my battle-worn Grey Death Legion 350 point force for an Alpha Strike event I have coming up at the end of the month. May go back in and add some more Command Lance designations on the Shadowhawk and Marauder, but otherwise calling the paints done. Now to base them, get everything clear-coated. Also waiting on some Grey Death Legion decals to come in. Not sure they'll be here before the event. The good news is you can always do decals after the fact. Damn! That two-tone gray camo reads so well. Yeah, the basing, man. I think that using like a yellow in the basing to kind of echo the color, the gold that you have for the cockpit glass would be kind of a good move just to balance things out. But man, that two-tone gray camo reads really well. Nicely done. Good photo, too. It's hard to get pictures of this. I mean, we're always set up to take pictures of like 1, 2, 3 minis at a time, and then you got to take a picture of a whole group. Always wind up with somebody kind of leaning off the side. But damn, that reads fantastically. Wonderful work, Paradox. Here we have from POW Rogue, still plugging away at this sculpt, finding new and interesting techniques along the way. Hopefully I'll pin down a streaming schedule to share what I've seen. POW Rogue, I look forward to it. And what's he doing? He's got like a... Is he writing something? For some reason that's kind of like, I'm trying to, hang on, I got one arm down and then one arm kind of like, I feel like he should be riding something, don't you? Like he should have something between his legs and he'd be like pulling on the reins. Because otherwise I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's doing. Oh, he's going to be holding weapons. Okay, this is a battle stance. Alright, it looks a little off with nothing in his hands because he clearly looks like he's supposed to be. With the way his thumbs are, instead of being... They're kind of oriented out and they look awkward, but they wouldn't look awkward if, yeah, you had something actually in your fingers. Illithid pugilist. Oh man, the fabric work is all great. This is something I need so much more work on. All these little stress folds and everything. Really nice work, and great work on the shoulder pads. Look at all the intricate detail on there. Damn. Lovely work. And on the skin for his face, for that matter, too. Particularly the webbing between his horrible, horrible tentacle mouth. Look at that. Great shape. Great shape across all that. He knows the hand slams. Yeah, the foot-leg position is confusing out of context. I agree. This is an odd-looking posture for the feet, but I'll wait until we see the rest of it. Do feel I toned things down a bit much with the gray striping. I think it looks really good, Paradox. Honestly, I think you're being too hard on yourself. Here we have from Werlin97. Here is the green Battlemaster. It came out looking fairly good, and for some reason, oddly, like a Christmas tree. You know what I think it is? You know what I think? Why it might suggest a Christmas tree to you? Having designed this model, I can tell you that the Battlemaster is very, very bottom heavy. He has very, very wide feet, and his knees flare from the knee to the bottom of the foot. It's an odd leg shape, but it's how the original Bigfoot was designed. I believe because he was meant to be a mountaineering mech. They're meant to be very, very stable in rough terrain where other mechs are not. And I think the fact that he has a wide stance and the fact that his feet taper up towards the knee could give him a little bit of an overall Christmas tree effect. He's got wide legs one way or the other. This is a very interesting effect you've got across the whole thing. It actually reads pretty well. I do like the shiny green we have for the cockpit. And here's the pearl white one. Have a few of the HBS Battlemasters. Not sure this sculpt is a bit round on the edges. Did what I could, but not overly impressed with the outcome. I think it's just fair to say that I'm not a fan of the MechWarrior Online redesign of the Battlemaster. It loses almost everything that makes the Battlemaster interesting visually. It loses the cockpit, it loses the narrow shoulders, it loses the wide feet and the interesting shaped calves, like it loses the interesting shape that it has to the pelvis section. Like, it's like someone was tasked with taking one of the most interesting mech designs in history and making it as boring as fucking possible. It's just a rectangle. I do like the kind of silver effect that you got across it. It's a very interesting one, particularly because the deep parts have that kind of weathering down in them. You've got the white and then all the silver effects on top. It's a very interesting looking paint job on a mech that I am not personally much of a fan of. Did have to repair this one. The other prints that elbow snapped off. Yeah, I need to address that. That is a weakness of this sculpt. The elbows and the antennas, it needs to be revisited. That's on the list. Oh, and then we have Dr. Rhino's Berserker of Ruin, work in progress for Resin Beast. This is apparently going to be his competition piece, and you can already tell that he's spending more time on this. Look at the shading for the musculature. This reminds me of a Frazetta painting, doesn't it? The way the skin tones are being done and the dramatic shading on the musculature, the sculpt itself too, admittedly. with the hooked, nasty blades, but then those sort of soft, rusty browns for the ground and the blades themselves. This reminds me a lot of a Frazetta painting. Yeah. You've seen... You know who Frazetta is, I assume, Dr. Rhino. I think it's more Frazetta than Vallejo. They had very similar styles, but I feel like particularly the skin tones are saying Frazetta to me. Just gorgeous. I cannot wait to see the finished version of that. That's going to be some stiff competition, I think. Oh, here we have from White Wolf. It's Sunday. Hello, gorgeous mobile suit edition. So things aren't fully done with it yet, as I still have the shotgun, long rifle, axe, and shield to build. But hey, we're at least getting there with the master grade Sazabi version Katoki. Annoyingly, the resin conversion still hasn't shipped as it's waiting on such but world isn't going to end. Top slightly washed out, courtesy of the light literally being just above it. Joys of a tall mobile suit and how difficult it is to light anything on a work desk, at least for photography. That's a cool suit though, isn't it? It's a damn solid build. God, so many moving parts all the way down to the fingers. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous how detailed this build is. Really nicely done. Cannot wait to see what the resin conversion kit ultimately does to it, White Wolf. You've been working on this guy for a while, and oh man. How do you like the Gamsol, by the way? I just picked some up myself. I've been using just like really cheap terpenoid white spirits, but Gamsol seems... I got myself a little bottle of it to test it out. We'll need this for hype reasons. He's just gonna play that on his stream to hype himself up. Be like, let's listen to Thunderhead say this 10 times in a row, and that will motivate us. Here we have from Automat Americana. Starting a new project on a bit of a dare. Ooh, that's always a good reason to do everything. The other one's not gonna, but I'm giving it some time to sort of slow cook in my head before I go back to it. There's another forgotten Battletech asset. Feel free to guess which. Those look fairly different from the original, though, as I've had to go pretty far to make it. Well, makes sense. And not look... Oh, I read that sentence wrong. I've had to go pretty far to make it, well, make sense and not look silly. Just fair warning. A lot of that original art looked pretty silly. I don't recognize it. I feel like the pieces that have been retained are going to be this chunk here and these little Mickey Mouse ear machine guns, but I don't recognize the design off the bat. If anyone does, please do feel free to chime in. I always love seeing Automat's work come together a piece at a time. A galleon, that's our guess. I'd be interested to find out how close that is. Automat, it's always exciting to see you working on a new project, my friend. Here we have from White Wolf Setup Sunday. Sure, we'll call it Setup Sunday. And here, and hey, rather. Here's what I think is coming up on my desk. Water slides. Some people hate them, some are meh. I rather enjoy the process. Water slides are a potent tool as long as you are confident in their application because, man, they can go wrong. They just take muscle memory. Got a backlog of kits that are the just need water slides and a top coat to be called done stage, and it's a rather relaxing process for me. So here, take a gander at some of the gigantic sheets these models have, like that master grade Wing Zero Endless Waltz version and its 157 different things to apply. Jesus, with doubles and more. Real grade RX 178 Mark II Titans edition, and my master grade Strike Rouge. Rouge is in the color. Not as in the D&D character class. Good for you, or rather, good news, White Wolf. I can read. I was a big fan of Star Wars Rouge 1, though. I just continue to love the colors on this version. It's very, very pleasing, particularly with the slightly pinkish twinge that the white parts have. Look at this fucking Endless Waltz Wing Gundam. This is nuts. Does it really have that many I don't remember that many markings on... I mean, I guess it's been a long time since I've looked that closely at Wing Gundam from Endless Waltz. It's one of the most obscene Gundams that they ever designed. 157. Well, Godspeed, noble mecha fan. Oh my god. It's a fucking nice model, though. Look at those big old wing pods all articulated up and off of it. I love the flying stand on this guy, too. We don't get to see the Buster... Oh, the Buster rifles are being used to prop up the decal sheets. Okay. Okay, fair enough. No comment, just enjoy. Took less than 1 hour. Oh, now you're just bragging. Now you're just bragging. You should see the awful 2D sketches that I do that take me 3 hours. Dark Fox. What will we do with you? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move on to Bridget Wolf's work, because I'm always excited to see what she's doing. Another day, another commissioner satisfied as I slip in at the last second. I designed the wand myself on the commissioner's request. I was going for sort of a transparent wand filled with gemstones. In my head, I see a transparent wand filled with candy. Maybe I'm just thinking of... I'm just flashing back to like those candy canes you could buy that had the plastic end on them and you pull it off and it was just a clear tube full of candy. Maybe I'm just hungry. Maybe that's the case. Very nice work on this one. I continue, Bridget. I like, because, you know, art goes through phases and has fashions and has sort of eras to it. And I continue to like, Bridget, what I see in your work, also known as Techno Sugar Creations. It has this real, like, kind of late 90s, early 2000s, and I wish I could be more specific, but it's really just kind of a vague notion that I have and not really a knowledge of who was doing art of this style at the time. I remember proportions and styles like this from that era much more than, because if you see furry art these days, it all has, again, there's fashion to it. But I like the wide head and the big floppy ears. That's a nice touch. Good shading overall. I really like the background. Getting a very Sailor Moon vibe off the wand, but then I guess, you know, that's just common to the magical girl genre in general. I could see that. I could see that maybe just to kind of balance it, Drakari. Yeah, because I kind of feel like you might... This is almost more tipping over. This leg down might kind of balance the whole thing more, but man, that is just such a fine compositional note. Love the shading all across the fur and nice texture work, Bridget. It is always a pleasure to see your commission work coming through. Here we have from Kursala. Last week I put all my in-progress and planned designs in a spreadsheet and realized just how much work is ahead of me. Oh god, that's always a mistake. So I decided to just push through and start forcing myself to do some modeling instead of following the whims of inspiration. That's the exact opposite of what I'm doing. I feel called out, Kursala. I started out on this one on Wednesday and it's pretty close to being finished, but still in need of some details and articulation. For context, I asked Project Dark Fox a while back to help me design a mech. By which I mean I handed off some scattered notes and received the following masterpiece in return. I know that feeling too. I'm posting the image here as a refresher. And the second image is the in-progress model I've managed to bang out surprisingly fast. Though the right arm isn't started yet, and there's quite a few areas that I'm not happy with. Overall, though, I think I can get this one finished in a reasonable amount of time. Let's have a look. Here's our starter. Oh, yeah, he really did do it. I remember this one. I remember this one because I feel like there's a Borealis sticking out of his jaw. I recognize this detail right here, and I like it. I also kind of like how it looks like his toes are spaced equidistantly, like squared, you know? Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can see that. It looks like you've narrowed it. You've stacked the lasers instead of having them go out, and then, you know, concordantly you've kind of narrowed the torso a little bit. Or maybe, I guess proportionally, maybe you've just widened the cockpit and then stacked the lasers to make room for it. If you started it that recently, this is coming together very, very quickly. Nice work on the curved surfaces in particular. The proportions all look good, too. I recognize these details. Oh, sneaky modeler. Sneaky modeler reusing his own assets. You thought you'd get away with it too. But I noticed. Oh yes. I noticed. Very nice work, Kursala. Very nice and quick, for that matter. Impressively so. Very much looking forward to seeing that one finished. And speaking of finishing, that's the end of the Storm Report. And as you might remember from when we used to stream in the past, one whole week ago, the end of the stream. So, as you might notice, I'm no longer putting like a little schedule here on the screen where I'm like, I'm gonna paint this one thing on this day, because I kept doing that and then I kept violating it and I felt like an idiot. And the truth is, I'm gonna kind of paint what I feel like on any given day. That's just how it's gonna go. As Kursala is trying to not bend to the whims of inspiration, but instead organize his productivity, I am giving in to the whims. And I think we're gonna have a more productive time with it. I will say right now though that I'm gonna be painting heavy gear on Tuesday. I'm gonna be painting heavy gear on Tuesday. Why don't we take a look at who is doing what out there in the Twitchverse right quick? Oh, Lara Kerensky, Skellabee is going. Teal Security just got started. Jacob Ross, Alex the Texan Knight. Teal Security or Skellabee? What is Teal Security working on? Let's have a look. Oh, he's painting something gross. Yeah, it looks gross. What is it? I don't like it. It's all fleshy and horrible. It's up to you guys. Teal Security or Skellabee? First person to choose gets their pick. Oh God, it took me a second, Karoo, and then I started singing that in my head. What a horrible feeling. All right, let's go say hi to Skellabee then. She is working on her 3D printed potion shop, I do believe. So let's go ahead and get that started. Oh, next time we do this raid, Teal Security will also be on, so we will make sure we raid him next time. Got to spread that love around. I always try to raid you guys someplace that is going to, at a very minimum, be interesting to you. And I never raid into people that I haven't spent some time in the stream of and really think that they've got some talent. So if you haven't followed Skellabee yet, you're going to want to stick around for a few minutes. Check the stream out. Really good community. Really, really active, really friendly. She's fairly new to painting, but she's learning very quickly, so I feel like it's a great, great place to learn about new techniques and to see some of them demonstrated. As I said, we will be back Tuesday the 15th. Painting, in air quotes. Specifically, we're going to get back to our heavy gear. I want to finish these 8 models off. This is the theme moving forward, is finishing fucking backlog projects, for the love of God, getting them off my desk and off my shelf. Thursday, we got some 3D modeling to do. We are probably going to be working on some more of these bases that I was showing earlier, the Tiberium bases, not their official name, probably copyrighted by Electronic Arts. And depending on how things go, we're going to be doing a stream here pretty soon where we paint our limited edition Vader and do our giveaway for not only the oil-painted Vaders, but also these snazzy new Thunderhead Studio dice. Huge thank you, as always, to everybody who posted to the Storm Report and to my amazing mod team. I've got to get going, get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.